All right, it is 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday the 7th of July 2026. So we're going to commence this Future Melbourne Committee meeting here at Melbourne Town Hall. I declare the meeting open and I welcome councillors, management and members of the public attending tonight's meeting both in person and virtually. We are meeting on Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country and I respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we govern, the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung and Boonwurrung peoples of the Kulin, and pay respect to their elders past and present. Particularly during this NAIDOC week, a celebration of First Nations culture, we acknowledge and honour the unbroken spiritual, cultural and political connection they have maintained to this unique place for more than 2,000 generations. This meeting is being streamed live and the recording will be published on Council's website by close of business tomorrow. The unconfirmed minutes of this meeting will also be available from the Council's website as soon as practicable. I request that all mobile phones not be cast aside like Taylor Swift's wedding, but instead be turned off or put on silent for the duration of the meeting. We have received one apology from Councillor Dr. Owen Guest. Before we proceed, I would also like to acknowledge, and I thank Councillor Andrew Rouse for his enthusiasm on this one. I must acknowledge the Australian women's cricket team. So great news for all you cricket tragics out there. Over the weekend, the Australian women's cricket team claimed a record 7th Women's T20 World Cup title with a thumping victory over England at the famous Lord's Cricket Ground. On behalf of the City of Melbourne, we congratulate Captain Sophie Molyneux and the team. There were standout performances from Beth Mooney and Phoebe Litchfield with the bat. That reverse sweep of Phoebe's was one for the ages. Well done to all involved. You have made us proud. They were undefeated from the group stage through to the finals. Their success continues to inspire the next generation of Australian cricketers, including my own daughters, and showcases the strength of women's sport here in Australia on the world stage. We move on to agenda item 2, disclosure of conflicts of interest. If any councillor has either a general or material conflict of interest in relation to a matter to be considered by committee, please disclose the type and nature of your interest prior to consideration of the item. Agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. I call on a councillor to move a motion adopting the minutes of open meeting number 31 held on Tuesday the 16th of June 2026. Thank you, Councillor Mark Scott. Looking for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I declare that carried unanimously. Agenda item 4, matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. I ask councillors whether there are any matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting. I wasn't there, but I read the minutes with great interest and it was well chaired by the Acting Lord Mayor Rashina Campbell. And there were some very good public questions I read with great interest. Any questions though from councillors? No. We move on therefore to submissions and correspondence. The following submissions have been received in accordance with the Council's governance rules. In relation to agenda item 6.1, Town Hall Rail Station, we have requests to speak from Justin Marden, Dr. Stan Capp, Claire Gillies and Ingrid Baker. Is there any person who requested to speak who did not just hear their name called out? Good. We'll move on to the next item. 63 items of correspondence have been received. Of the names of those who have been submitted will be published in the minutes of this meeting, although I will note that Rohan Story's name is right at the top of that long list of 63 submitters. In relation to agenda item 6.2, Munster Terrace, North Melbourne, we have a request to speak from Conrad Brune from Contour. And we have correspondence from Conrad Brune and Jason Goldsworthy from Novus as well. Is there anybody who requests the right to be heard on that item who hasn't had their name called out? No. Okay, agenda item 6.3, Ministerial Planning Referral, C492 Melbourne, 189-203 Arden Street, North Melbourne. We have items of correspondence from Zachary Sweeney, Melissa Avery and Grace Kilmer. In relation to agenda item 6.4, Macaulay Structure Plan Advisory Committee, we have a request to speak from John Weidmer. And we have items of correspondence from Leo McMartin, Neil Head, Dr. Kate Kennedy from the Kensington Association, Kay Oddie, John Weidmer, Jeff Leach. In relation to agenda item 6.5, Urban Forest Precinct Plan Renewal Program, final Kensington Docklands North and West Melbourne plans, we have requests to speak from Megan Healy from Community 3008 and Jamal Hakim, Community 3008. And we have items of correspondence from Max Mizzi and Megan Healy, Peter Lardner and Jamal Hakim from Community 3008. In relation to agenda item 6.6, Urban Forest Plan Renewal Program, Southbank, Parkville and Fisherman's Bend, we have a request to speak from Chris Thrum, as well as items of correspondence from Max Mizzi, Chris Thrum and Tony Penner from the Southbank Residents Association. In relation to agenda item 7.1, notice of motion, keeping our community safe from nitrous oxide NANGs, we have an item of correspondence from Max Mizzi. Was there anybody who wished to have the right to be heard on any of those last number of agenda items that I read through who didn't hear their name called out? Good. In that case, we will proceed and we look forward to hearing from our submitters later on. We now move to agenda item 5, which is public questions. A 15-minute period will be provided at the beginning and end of this meeting for members of the public to ask questions. Members of the public may either submit public questions in writing or register to ask a question in person, live via audio link. Questions should not be greater than 90 seconds in duration. And I remind members of the public that this is not the time to make submissions. Submitters will be invited to address the committee at the time of the relevant agenda item when it's considered later on in the meeting. As at 10 a.m. today, there have been 8 written public questions received, 7 of which will be asked in person, 1 will be asked via Zoom. Now, I say again, we have set aside 15 minutes for these questions. We may not get through all 8 in this block, but there's a further 15 minutes that has been set aside at the end of the meeting, so we will endeavour to get through them all. I will begin tonight's public questions on indulgence, councillors. I would like to firstly acknowledge the grief that is being felt in the community at the moment over the loss of teacher and football player Nathan Fitzgerald. Nathan died at the Royal Melbourne Hospital last night after he fell to the ground and hit his head on a covered cricket pitch during a football game in Laylaw on Saturday. Our condolences go to his family, friends and those in the community who knew him. This tragic death has sparked questions in our community here in the city of Melbourne about what arrangements we have regarding covered cricket pitches on sporting grounds. I know councillors have seen questions on their kids' social club socials about this as well. It is something that is being talked about in our community over the last couple of days. So my question for management is, does the City of Melbourne need to undertake an assessment of similar facilities here in the City of Melbourne? Acting CEO Rick Quasick, would you like to take that question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for the question. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere condolences for Nathan's family and friends, teammates and students regarding the tragic incident over the weekend. In relation to your question specifically, whenever a serious incident occurs that relate to sporting or recreation facilities, it's appropriate for councils and facility managers across the sector to reflect on existing safety and risk management procedures and arrangements. At this stage, it would be premature to speculate on the specific circumstances of the incident. However, management will continue to monitor the findings and consider what emerges, whether there are any implications for the City of Melbourne.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Rick? How many sporting fields do we have with cricket pitches that are covered by artificial turf in the City of Melbourne?
We have 9 pitches across the City of Melbourne that are multi-use.
And just to be clear, we'll be undertaking a review of each of those pitches and assessing their safety and considering our options.
Absolutely. We'll ensure that we have the appropriate processes in place.
Okay, I think that's a timely and important review. Thank you, Rick. All right, we now move on to questions from the public, and I invite Jake Land to please make his way to the lectern and ask a question. Yes, Jake, of course. Good to see you in the back row there. Please fire away with your question, Jake Land.
Thank you. My question is, would Melbourne City Council support the placing of a plaque or similar respectful memorial statement in a prominent place at Town Hall to be financed by public donations, bearing the following or similar council-approved wording? We pay respect to our First Fleet settlers, their ancestors, and all those who came after, who shaped this ancient country into the greatest thriving democracy in history. Short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. I might, in the first instance, direct this question to our Arts and Culture Supremo, Councillor Philip Leilou.
Thanks, Jake. So the response from management is any proposal for a plaque at memorial at Melbourne Town Hall must be submitted and assessed through Council's plaque and memorial process, as outlined on the City of Melbourne website. The Plaque and Memorials Committee assesses applications against established criteria, and Council is unable to indicate support for a proposal outside this formal process. In assessing any application, Council will consider factors including historical significance, community benefits, heritage impact, alignment with Council policies. So that's the management's response. My personal view is feel free to submit anything. I do think a diversity of memorial and plaques within City of Melbourne is warranted, given that the diverse nature of the city and our DNA. And I hope, and I'll be looking forward towards any application, but not only to yourself, but anyone else who actually would make a submission. Thanks.
All right, thank you for your question, Jake. I now invite Chris Thrum to please make his way to the lectern and to ask his question. Good to see you back at Town Hall, Chris, and great to see you out there on our streets as one of our city's finest buskers.
Good to see you, Lord Mayor. Sent an image in late this afternoon. Have you got that? Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the kind words. On Thursday, the 9th of July, 2 days from now, it's going to be
Bon Scott's birthday, his 80th birthday. Bon Scott was the late lead singer of AC/DC before Brian Johnson hit the stage. To commemorate the occasion, a new Bon Scott mural was unveiled in AC/DC Lane in Melbourne last Friday. I think Hugh was there, Lord Mayor. The mural enhances AC/DC Lane as an international tourist destination. It celebrates the music of AC/DC, and it makes Melbourne music and street arts community better as well. Now, already there's been recognition of this mural from overseas. Billboard, the United States premier trade publication for the American music industry, has already recognized and noticed the mural in AC/DC Lane with Bon Scott, and they've highlighted it in a recent story, which is tremendous for the city of Melbourne. I can say that rock dogs and roadies tell me that when international bands tour Australia, one of the bucket list items that musicians have is they do want to go to AC/DC Lane and have their photograph taken. And we thank you for the mural. Now, the question is, what is the City of Melbourne's thoughts on this mural?
Thank you for that question, Chris Thrum, and I will direct that to our arts lead, Philip Leilu.
No problem.
Ni hao ma.
Ni hao, Chris. Always welcome the town hall. Look, probably this is a mural I think we can all support, not the one this morning, that as we all seen. And the City of Melbourne actually supports the new Bon Scott mural in AC/DC Lane, honouring Scott's 80th birthday. And we believe that this actually adds to the city. It testifies the vibrancy and resilience of Melbourne music and culture scenes, and also it helps enhances the city's reputation as a street art city.
Sure.
Thank you for that response, Councillor Leilu, and thank you for your question, Chris Thrum. I believe you have a second question, is that right?
Yes, I do, Lord Mayor.
All
So
right,
while
we
I'm
might
here, we can
get
go
you to
into
ask
that.
your second question as well, Chris, while you're at the
Thank you,
lectern.
Chair. Okay, now, tomorrow is Wednesday, the 8th of July, 2026, and Wednesday, the July 8th, 2026 is the day of Sonic City 26, a citywide journey of creative music. The Australian Art Orchestra is hosting Sonic City. It's a citywide contemporary music event across Melbourne's CBD. This event is proudly supported by the City of Melbourne, and we're very thankful for the support of the City of Melbourne for the musicians. And it encompasses performances and live experiences across multiple venues from the morning until the night time. Could the City of Melbourne consider, and the management team as well, consider attending the events at Sonic City tomorrow, Sonic City 26, including the world premiere of the Australian Art Orchestra's Smoke Between Mountains by composer Aaron Chalai at the Immigration Museum. So the question is, could the councillors and management team consider attending a lot of the great events at Sonic City 26 tomorrow?
Thank you. Hand over to you again, Councillor Philip Leilu.
Thanks, Chris. I mean, it's each individual councillors and management, it's up to them. But no, definitely I would be looking forward to it. And thank you for highlighting the great work, the Australian Art Orchestra and what they do. They're a very valued recipient of City of Melbourne's multi-year arts grant funding. And it's wonderful example of innovation and also culture experiences that contribute to Melbourne as a kind of an art city. We look forward to it, and I'm sure there will be a lot of feedback, be by either councillors or management, and looking forward to it. Thanks, Chris.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. All right, we move on to our next question. I now invite Stefano Perfili to please ask us a question. Please make your way to the lectern, Stefano.
Anti-Zionism Australia, a diverse anti-Zionist collective including Jews and Israelis, received a phone call at 7 p.m. on Friday 19th of June cancelling its paid confirmed meeting room booking at Kathleen Syme Library for that Sunday. The Council's written confirmation acknowledged that 5 seminars in this series have already proceeded without incident, but said circumstances have since materially changed due to potential protest activity and heightened community tensions. The seminar went ahead at Coburg Library with an unprecedented 60 attendees and, again, 0 incidents. The Council is a public authority under Victoria's Charter of Human Rights. This cancellation limited those rights, including freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. The Charter permits a right to be limited only where that limit can be demonstrably justified. My 3-part question goes to that demonstration. 1. What specifically was the material change between the 5th and 6th seminars? 2. What documented risk assessment was completed before the decision? On what date and by which officer? 3. Did the Council seek or receive advice from law enforcement agencies about this seminar before cancelling? And what specific threat did that advice identify?
Thank you for your question, Stefano. I believe that David Watson is with us and is going to ask a related question. David, do you want to make your way to the lectern and ask your question so that we can cover both with our response? Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Stefano, for taking the trouble to come to our meeting this evening and ask that question. Now over to you, David.
Thank you. Good evening. So my question likewise concerns the late notice cancellation of the Anti-Zionism Australia's confirmed community booking at Catherine Syme Library, notified by phone at 7 p.m. on Friday, 19th of June 2026, for its Christian Zionism seminar that Sunday. Council's cancellation notice to AZA cited matters raised with councillors and senior management. Council's library booking policy prohibits any activity it council deems objectionable, dangerous, unlawful, or which may damage council's reputation. The seminar was lawful, and council itself stated that the previous 5 seminars were held without incident, so it was not dangerous, which leaves only objectionable and reputational damage. My question has 4 parts. 1, on what basis was the seminar deemed objectionable? 2, what reputational damage was council exposed to in allowing the seminar to proceed versus the exposure from cancelling it? 3, did the councillors or staff involved in the decision declare any conflicts of interest? And 4, before the decision, were any external individuals or groups consulted about the cancellation, and did any councillor communicate with officers about that?
All right, thank you, David, for that question. I'm now going to turn to Kirsty Pearce from the City of Melbourne to respond to those 2 questions.
Sure, and thank you, Stefano, and thank you, David, for your questions, and through you, Lord Mayor. The decision to cancel the booking was not based on the content of the seminar or the identity of the speakers. The City of Melbourne recognises the importance of freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, and these considerations formed part of the context in which the matter was considered. The booking was originally approved through Council's standard room hire process. At the time of the assessment, officers determined that the seminar series complied with the room booking policy and terms and conditions, and the 5 earlier sessions proceeded. In relation to your question, the material change was not an incident that occurred at one of the previous seminars. Rather, management received a significant escalation in representations and community concern in the days immediately before the final seminar, including concerns raised through councillors and senior officers about the potential for protest activity and the impact of heightened community tensions on the safe and orderly operation of the facility. That changed the operational context in which the booking was being considered. The decision was informed by input from multiple areas of the organisation, including officers responsible for facility management, safety and security, and executive leadership. The assessment considered all available information, including Council's obligations as the manager of a public facility, the safety of staff and patrons, and the potential for disruption. It also considered the competing risks associated with either allowing the event to proceed or cancelling it. Councillors can raise concerns or constituent feedback with management, particularly on matters of community interest. However, this was an operational decision made by management. Councillors did not determine whether the booking proceeded or was cancelled. In relation to the questions on law enforcement, Council did make inquiries with Victoria Police and was advised that there was no specific intelligence regarding the event. While that advice was taken into account, Council's assessment was not limited to whether a specific police identified threat existed. Rather, management considered the broader operating context, including emerging community tensions, safety considerations, and Council's responsibilities in managing a public facility. Under the terms and conditions, the hire and use of facilities is at Council discretion. Having regard to the information available on 19 June, management exercised that discretion and determined that in these circumstances, the booking should be cancelled.
Thank you for that response, Kirsty, and we've gone to management for the response on this question because it was an operational decision made by management. All right, I now invite Veronica Sherman to ask a question. Welcome to Town Hall, Veronica. We are right on time for our 15 minutes, but we'll let you through.
Thank you. My name is Veronica Sherman. I'm the person whose seminar was cancelled by this council. I'm an Israeli Jew. I served in the Israeli Air Force and I lived in Australia for 31 years. I'm a member of Anti-Zionism Australia, a diverse anti-Zionist collective, including Jews and Israelis. I was booked to present a seminar on Christian Zionism, the sixth in our series. My seminar was educational and based on my lived experience. There are people in our community who want to silence me because I'm a Jewish Israeli who publicly opposes the genocide being committed by the country I'm a citizen of. They've been harassing and attacking me online. And now, thanks to this council, they've been able to silence me in person. Though, according to an online comic posted by Council Watch, it was the CEO who made the decision. Either way, this council helped the harassers reach me. So my question has three parts that I would like answers to. One, who was I in danger from? Or was I the danger? Two, did the council consider any alternatives, like additional security, or did it cancel my freedom of speech as the first resort? Three, will the council's public venues remain open to all Australians or only to those who support Israel and Zionism?
Thank you for your question, Veronica, and very sorry to hear that you've been the subject of online attacks and so forth. Nobody deserves that. Kirsty, do you want to respond to Veronica's question, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Veronica, for attending this evening. I probably refer primarily to the response provided, but I'm happy to take your questions further and come back to you with some written response as well that I will share with the councillors in responding.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for those questions. And as I said, there'll be more time for public questions at the end of the council meeting agenda this evening. So now I am going to move a procedural motion to change the order of business for this evening. So I propose a procedural motion to change the order of business to consider agenda item 7.1, notice of motion, Lord Mayor Nicholas Rees, keeping our community safe from nitrous oxide NANGs, and 6.4 Macaulay Structure Plan Advisory Committee as the next two matters to be considered. I call for a councillor to second that motion. Thank you, Councillor Kimillo. I'll put that procedural motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That is declared carried unanimously. So we will now proceed with our agenda according to that reordering. That means that we are moving to general business, and the first item before us is 7.1, notice of motion, keeping our community safe from nitrous oxide NANGs. Could we please see the motion put on the screen? Yes, that is the motion. I'm going to move that. Councillor Camillo, you're still seconding it. That's good to know. Just let that roll up so that people can see it. So we have introduced this special notice of motion because nitrous oxide misuse is becoming a major problem for Melbourne. 2 years ago, I had never heard of NANGs. Now they're an absolute scourge on our city. Most people in this room have probably seen the large silver or brightly coloured gas canisters left on our footpaths, often piled up next to rubbish bins or in laneways and around public spaces. These canisters are no longer an occasional sight. They are appearing across our city every day. And they are not just litter, they are a very visible sign of a growing public health concern. Recent reports show that more people are being seriously harmed by nitrous oxide misuse. Victorian hospitals are seeing increasing numbers of patients with serious health problems, including nerve damage, paralysis, mental health complications, brain rot, and death. There were indeed 4 deaths last year here in Melbourne because of NANGs, and we're going to see more if we don't take action. We do acknowledge that there are legitimate commercial uses of NANGs. They get used in, or nitrous oxide, in hospitality sector and in medical profession, and indeed even in motorsport. But they are being misused on a large scale by people in our community. They also are creating a second major issue in terms of waste and recycling. For our city. In the last year, the City of Melbourne has collected and disposed of more than 6,600 illegally dumped canisters at a cost of approximately $150,000. These costs are paid for by ratepayers and reduce the resources that are available for everything else that we do around our city. The collection and disposal of these canisters is a very difficult and costly business. The truth is we don't have a proper waste management plan in place for these canisters, and that is creating safety risk for workers in the waste sector. We've had them exploding inside of waste trucks and bins, and so we need to get a proper policy and strategy in place for how we collect and dispose of these NANGs. So this motion takes an appropriate and balanced approach. It recognises legitimate uses, but also recognises the serious community harm that's occurring. Practical steps there include writing to ministers and appropriate department heads, calling for intervention, identifying the problem. We're also going to, at the City of Melbourne, facilitate a roundtable where we're going to try and get all the parties together to develop a coordinated plan for this growing issue. And we're also asking for council officers to investigate practical local measures, including faster removal of dumped canisters, better reporting systems, collection programs, and also looking to learn from other cities who are considerably more advanced than Melbourne is in dealing with this issue. Finally, can I thank all the many active citizens and residents who have brought this issue to our attention, particularly Matthew Harris, who's in the Owners Corp at Aurora on Latrobe Street, and many others who have been active in this space. Over to you, Councillor Camillo.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will second the motion because this problem is already in our streets and is getting worse and worse. Since day one I got to council, I have been seeing that, and even before, because I live in the city constantly. But before, they used to be smaller, and now, at the moment, they're just growing, and the problem's growing with that too. We are seeing NANGs canister dumped across Melbourne, in parks, laneways, outside homes, and business. This is not just a cleaning issue, but it's a hazardous pressurized canisters that create real safety risk for the public, for our waste workers, and for anyone handling them. Our cities spend significant time and resources cleaning them up, and the problem is still growing. That's not sustainable and is not fair on residents, traders, and ratepayers. At the same time, The health impacts are serious and rising. Larger canisters are easy online access, are driving more misuse, and the consequences are increasingly visible in your community. Let's be clear. That's not about legitimate use. Nitrous oxide has important medical and commercial purpose, but right now, the system is not keeping up with the misuse, and the consequences are landing in our neighborhoods. That's why this motion matters. We need practical action, strong controls where needed, better education, real coordination across governments, and faster cleanup and safer disposal here in Melbourne. We should also note that New South Wales is already acting. From November, it is starting sales, limiting access, stopping sales to under 18 years old, and placing more responsibility on retailers. Other jurisdictions are moving, and Melbourne should not be left behind. If we do nothing, this will keep escalating, and in fact, now we can reduce risk, improve safety, protect cleanness, livability of your city. So I urge councillors to support this to us, behind us. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Camillo. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak to this item? Councillor Dr. Olivia Ball.
Thank you. I would like to move an amendment to this, please.
Can we please bring Councillor Dr. Ball's amendment up on the screen?
Thank you, council business.
Are you moving that amendment?
I'm moving that amendment.
Is there a seconder for it? Thank you, Councillor Gladyslew. Back to you, Councillor Dr. Ball.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. These amendments are visible in blue. I have our officers to thank for. They prepared a response in very short time frame as to the best practice public health and harm minimisation responses to the inhalation of nitrous oxide, and I thank them for these suggestions. I hope that the state, if this motion is adopted, will consult extensively with people and groups affected that we haven't had the time to do. So I do hope that these proposals reflect best practice as we are advised. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ball. Councillor Liu, did you have anything to add? No? All right, let's, Councillor Andrew Rouse.
Can I just ask a question? What is a nozzle silencer?
I'm told it's a different type of nozzle on a canister. There are different types and shapes. If there's any officer who wants to leap in here who knows more than I do, please do. It makes the typical canister makes a hissing sound when the gas is released into a balloon, and a different kind of nozzle is coming onto the market which reduces the sound by 75 to 85% or something like that. I can only imagine what the benefits or purpose of reducing the sound of this activity is for. Is there any officer who wants to jump in? That's the best I have at this stage. As I say, this has all been a bit last minute, and I do apologise for that because I'm not an expert, but I thank our officers for this advice.
Thank you for that. My understanding is that the nozzle silencers improve the amenity of the experience of consuming the nitrous oxide. So let's say, as you can now do in Australia, you purchase a big nitrous oxide canister online in a flavoured, coloured flavour that makes it more appealing to consume, apparently. You can then consume it with a nozzle silencer on it, thus improving the amenity of the experience, thus making it more appealing for the misuse of consumption of the product. That is as how it's been explained to me. Would anybody else like to speak to this proposed amendment? No, let's put the amendment to the vote then. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That amendment has been carried. That is now the substantive motion before us. Would any councillors like to speak to the amended motion that is before them? Councillor Dr. Ball.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for accepting those amendments. I note that just last week the New South Wales government signalled that it would take further measures to limit the retail of nitrous oxide to take effect by November this year. It will ban the sale of NANGs to anyone under the age of 18. I think this is already legislated in most, if not all, states and territories, certainly here in Victoria. But New South Wales also proposes to limit sales to 250 grams per customer per day, and that no canister can be larger than 10 grams, which is the small sort of in your palm sized vial. It will also prohibit same-day delivery and prohibit overnight sales between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. and ban the display of NANGs in shops, all of which I think could benefit Victoria, and I hope this will create an impetus and urgency to address both the health and waste concerns that we have reflected in this motion. The Minns government has said it has undertaken extensive consultation with stakeholders, and as I said earlier, I urge the Victorian government to do the same, including consulting with harm reduction specialists and youth workers in the target cohorts that are most vulnerable to harm from this substance. There is a young man in New South Wales called Sam Bramman who has spent 2 months in hospital and another 18 months recovering from nitrous oxide poisoning. And he says, NANGs are causing serious harm across Australia. I never thought NANGs would take control of my life and leave me hospitalised. This drug was cheap, easy to get, and because they were legal, I thought they were safe. We want to turn that on its head. Australia has led the world and is renowned for its tobacco control. And I think it would be very sensible to pursue that, take those lessons and apply it here so that there can be no confusion for a man such as Sam that this is not a safe product to inhale in any great quantity. As I say, Victoria has already banned the sale of NANGs to children and has taken other measures, such as any vendor is committing an offence if they have the belief that someone is making such a purchase for the purpose of inhalation. But I think we need to go a great deal further, and that's what this motion seeks to do. I was fairly horrified to find that nitrous oxide, which is a tasteless, colourless gas, is now being available with flavourings, which is obviously not for industrial uses in dental, medical or motorsport settings, but it is intended for inhalation. So I thank officers for their support in shaping a really essential public health angle to this motion, as well as the waste concerns that we have with this hazardous waste product in our waste streams. I thank the Lord Mayor and Councillor Camillo for taking this initiative today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak to this item? In that case, I'll put the matter to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I declare that carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item 6.4, Macaulay Structure Plan Advisory Committee. Are there any councillors who wish to declare a conflict in relation to this item? Deputy Lord Mayor.
I wish to declare a material conflict, Lord Mayor, due to a campaign donation of a landowner who is subject to potentially subject to a public acquisition overlay, the subject of this decision.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Councillor Kevin Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do need to declare conflict of interest due to a campaign donation from one of the landowners.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Scott.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will also declare the same conflict of interest as part of an electoral donation.
Thank you. And I too have a conflict on this item for the reasons outlined relating to a campaign donation from a landholder. So I will also recuse myself from this item.
Thank you. So has the Deputy Chair of the Planning Portfolio happy to present this 6.4 Macquarie Structure Plan Advisory Committee? Would councillors like a presentation? I think we did. So I asked Joe Cannington to present.
Good evening, councillors. Just go to the next slide, thanks. Tonight I'm presenting the outcomes of the Macaulay Structure Plan Advisory Committee process and management's recommended response. The report before the committee this evening considers the advisory committee's recommendations and seeks council's endorsement on a number of advocacy positions that will be forwarded then to the Minister for Planning as part of the amendment process. By way of background, the Macaulay Structure Plan establishes a long-term vision for Macaulay as a mid-rise, mixed-use renewal precinct with a distinctive urban character. The structure plan addresses a broad range of planning matters, including built form, density, employment, land, open space, affordable housing, and infrastructure, including funding. To implement the structure plan, Council prepared Planning Scheme Amendment C417, including new planning controls and a development contribution plan. Council subsequently paused this amendment process while the Minister appointed an advisory committee who reviewed the proposed controls and considered the submissions. Council also strongly advocated through this process for public acquisition overlays on key sites required for future open space and an active transport infrastructure corridor. The advisory committee has now completed this review and Council's received its report on the 17th of June 2026, 3 weeks ago. So next slide, please. This process has been extensive to get to this point. The strategic planning for Macaulay dates back to the Arden Macaulay Structure Plan in 2012. Interim controls were then introduced in 2017, followed by Council's endorsement of the final structure plan in 2021. Council then sought authorisation for this amendment, for the amendment C417 in 2022, and in conditional authorisation was then granted in 2024 and public exhibition occurring later that year. Following consideration of the submissions, Council requested advice regarding the acquisition overlays, and the Minister subsequently appointed the Macaulay Structure Plan Advisory Committee. Because of this, as I said earlier, we paused that process, and what that means now is that the Minister will make a decision based on the committee's report. What we're doing this evening is providing you advice on what we think of the findings from that committee, and then encouraging, I guess, through recommendation to write to the Minister in response to that. Next slide, please. Overall, the advisory committee, in response to what we proposed through our amendment process and the structure planning process, supports a couple of things and then broadly supports a whole range of different issues. The key issues that we bring in front of you this evening are different responses and different positions on the floor area ratio, the affordable housing contribution, and the mix of uses. Next slide, please. The three issues regarding differences in what we put forward and then the committee's response are really critical to understand. Council put forward a proposal for mandatory floor area controls, and we really believe these are required to provide certainty, to reduce speculation and to deliver on the built form aspirations of the structure plan, including ensuring that the planning and delivery of civil and community infrastructure is met with the likely population. We also want to flag that Council's proposed mandatory controls already provide for around 24,000 residents, and that is more than double the original residential target that the minister all those years ago set for this area. So we feel that the controls do allow for additional growth beyond that initial target. The other issue is regarding the affordable housing contribution, and we really believe that in an urban renewal area, making this contribution a requirement is really important. We've revised our approach to recommend this evening a discretionary approach, which means we think it relates to and responds to the committee's concerns. And finally, the mix of uses in regards to these outcomes relate to a different approach to how we achieve a mixed use outcome in this area. The committee has identified, instead of it being a blanket approach to all sites, that every site becomes a mixed use with a non-residential use on each site, then instead it takes a much more of a high street model. And we can see where the committee is going, I guess, with that recommendation, but we think that there's additional roads that should have this application applied to it if we're moving away from a site-by-site assessment to that mixed-use approach. Next slide, please. The final recommendations relevant to this evening's decision relate to the public acquisition overlay, which Council asked for us to include through this process. We support the recommendation of the committee to provide and apply the public acquisition overlay to Robinson Street Reserve. We think that we're aligned in terms of what the committee is recommending. We don't support the recommendation from the committee regarding the Macaulay Terraces and Stubb North Reserve. The committee recommends resolving this through ongoing conversations with the state government, and that this isn't necessarily the right tool. We disagree with this approach because we have been trying for many years to get these sites identified for open space, and we think it's a really good mechanism to send to the market that there is open space going in, and continuing concurrently with that our conversations with the state government. And finally, we agree with the committee's recommendation that further investigation can be applied to the active transport corridors, and before applying the public acquisition overlay on those sites, that we do further work. So what does all this mean? Next slide, please. We think this is a really critical time in this decision-making process to intervene, I guess, with the process of the committee's report going to the minister with a letter from Council flagging these issues and our position on what the committee's findings are. So they're outlined here, and I think we've talked through them this evening, but they're relating to really holding our line in terms of the mandatory floor area ratio, so that we can actually marry the development opportunity with the needs of the community and the areas in terms of the civil infrastructure. Looking at a discretionary affordable housing component, looking at further opportunities for employment uses, not just focusing on housing, and then discrete areas for those opportunities, and then applying the acquisition overlays as outlined in the previous slide. That's the end of my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Jo. Any questions? No? Thank you.
I do.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Councillor Lelio. I do have some questions for Jo. I really appreciate the presentation. It's an almighty report that you and your colleagues have put together in a short space of time. I really appreciate that, and appreciate you summarising it for all of us, trying to grasp these very important issues for the future of Macaulay. So thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who made a submission. So there's 63 submissions on this topic alone. And I note the concerns in the community about the mismatch between the potential future population of this uncapped density approach recommended by the advisory committee and the total amount of open space and community infrastructure that we've got planned for Macaulay. Only last week we adopted our community infrastructure plan. But can I ask what it will mean for our civil and community infrastructure? that we are planning, which if this committee, advisory committee's recommendations are adopted by the minister?
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Ball. I think there's two things at play here. So what the committee is suggesting is that a mandatory control isn't required. And what that means is that it's more difficult to predict what the density will be on each site because there's no kind of planning control. What having control over density means is that we can be better at predicting the likely future population in an area. So when we prepare the community infrastructure plan, we assumed a certain population at a point in time, but also concurrently with that, the development contribution plan that aligns with this precinct has also assumed a certain type population. So what would happen in the event that the minister did progress with not providing a mandatory control would be that we wouldn't be able to predict that as easily. So what we'd need to do is monitor that over time and understand, well, what does each site do? And then in the event that the rate of development is higher or faster than what we predicted, then it is likely to lead to a requirement for more infrastructure in that precinct over time. So that's both the civil infrastructure because it's been based on a certain building density and population. If that changes, then we have to change the infrastructure requirements to match it.
Thank you. So to go to a specific example, we've already adopted concept plans for the new North Melbourne Community Hub, for example. And in that, we decided that 3,000 square metres would be enough to serve the future needs of the projected Macaulay population. If the population is uncapped by the minister, is that still going to be enough?
So what we'd have to do is monitor that. So what we would do is progress with that community facility knowing that that is likely to happen, but in the event that there's more density approved by the minister through this process, it might require an additional community hub, it might require adaptive responses to the community hub or something else. So this is why the numbers are really important.
Quite. And we don't have new land in our back pocket to build this second community hub that would be needed if the first was inadequate because there were uncapped population growth. But further to that, I think this question would be of great interest to my colleagues. Who will pay for the additional community infrastructure that will be needed in the future above and beyond that which we've already delivered or will be delivered under the Development Contributions Plan? Will the state government, if it makes this decision, take on some of that responsibility if they are responsible for creating a funding gap, or will the funding gap fall entirely to council?
It would need to be monitored over time and understand what that difference is. And then there'd be two mechanisms that would either be reviewing the DCP or likely fall with council.
But there'd be no mechanism for the state to be forced to pay for the infrastructure that will be required in excess of the controls that this council seeks to apply in the Macaulay Structure Plan. Is that correct?
Just going.
Going to Evan, our General Manager of Planning.
Thank you, Councillor Lou, through you as Chair. Councillor Dr. Ball, in essence, I think the question you ask and the point that the state government would not cover any gap is in principle correct. Joe's point that it would require monitoring and that would be open to the council to seek an updated development contributions plan at a point in time is also correct. However, any gap that does exist based on the planning framework being considered today would typically be something where council would need to retrospectively look at through monitoring any gap in population versus infrastructure and seek to meet that community need at the cost of the council in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. I do note that there is a state election, and I hope those residents in those people will ask those people either candidates or state government representatives on how they're going to pay for all of that. I now call on John Widemer, who requested the opportunity to address the committee in relation to this. Widmas, I apologise. In relation to this matter, to speak for no more than 3 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to submit Dr. Kennedy's reason for absence, and she's enjoying the Sunshine Coast at the moment, which is appropriate, isn't it? The Kensington Association has been paying attention to the numbers of people who live in the Kensington area for some time, and I'm pleased to say if you go back and look at the records, you'll find submissions going back to 2012. This is not a new process for us, and in particular, the way in which a crowded working class suburb developed. Historically, Kensington was a very rough place to live, and I've said a number of times there are pubs. When I moved in 1980, there were pubs you did not go into. It's an interesting suburb because it's going through the process that many inner city suburbs are going through of densification, and that's what this is about. It's putting more people closer to the hub of transport hubs and closer to the city, which is where they want to live. But the densification has a problem because maybe it's because I'm a retired science teacher. I don't think we can fluff around with the word density. High density, medium density, low density mean nothing if you don't put any fingers on them. And as a chemistry teacher, I know you can put so many atoms in a space and you make a very dense element called gold. One of the most dense elements found in our area of the state, and in Ballarat, of course. So if we're putting more people in to a smaller area, you can put a number on it. And the census over the last, and we're fortunate we've got another one coming up in August, and the census actually shows that the precinct close to this area of discussion has had indeed a considerable amount of densification since 2012. It's not arguable. It's not something you fluff around with. We're not the United States. We don't fiddle with population. We actually do count the numbers of people who live there. And the particular area that I live in, which happens to be in this area of study or adjacent to, has had considerable densification. And indeed, between one census and another, about 40% more residents moved into the area. And it was not from large buildings, it was the infill development where more people were living in smaller spaces. Now, I do acknowledge that I live in a house where, on my own at the moment, my wife passed away 6 years ago, and I live in her house, and a neighbour joined me a couple of days ago and reminded me that the Vellas lived there before we did, and 6 people lived in the house. So historically, these inner city areas do fluctuate, and people, traditionally in our street, if you got married and had kids, you went up to Ascot Vale. So we have an issue with this. There's just no numbers attached to this high density or low density discussion. And so I encourage, and it's unusual, I think, that the Kensington Association is very supportive of what the council is trying to do. You know, we really need to address this issue now. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Perfectly on time. Appreciate it. And if there's any questions for John? No? Thank you for the presentation. If there's no other speakers and questions, sorry, Councillor Ball. Okay. I'm happy to move a motion, so if that can be put up. And that has incorporated changes in there, or okay. Looking for a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Camillo. So look, I'll speak to it, and thank you to everyone who's been here after a long 13 years. And tonight is a very important opportunity to have a say in Macaulay's future. The Minister for Planning will make the final decision on this planning controls, and Council wants to make sure that the outcome reflects the vision developed within the community, because we are the closest to the people, and to be bluntly obvious, we are the only one where we give an opportunity to speak on these matters. We support more housing and more jobs, but growth must be balanced with livability. That means making sure that residents have access to parks, community facilities, transports, infrastructure as the areas grows. And I do note the state government's commitment into public transport, which has been absolutely tremendous. Again, but then we need to also account for balance. So when we talk about like the wins, so planning for Macaulay has been underway for more than a decade. Division for Macaulay has a mixed-use mid-rise neighbourhood was developed through extensive community consultations. Since then, Council has undertaken several planning processes to turn that vision into reality, including redeveloping the Macaulay Structure Plan and preparing Amendment C417. Following public consultation and submissions, the Minister for Planning appointed an advisory committee to review proposed new planning controls and provide the recommendations. And based on that, and what we actually do support. So the advisory committee supported council positions on many key issues, including new parks, open space, new streets and laneways, the development contribution plan, flood and drainage management, and many of the proposed build form controls. These recommendations support the long-term vision for a connected and sustainable community, which we know it's growing over there. What we don't want to lose is there are 3 years where council believes that advisory committee recommendations will significantly weaken outcomes for Macaulay. First, the mandatory floor area ratios. So these controls provide certainty about how much development can occur and help ensure civil infrastructure such as flood mitigation, community infrastructure, and open space keeps pace with the population growth. Without them, buildings and populations will become significantly larger than anticipated, leading to more overshadowing, reduced amenities, and inadequate local infrastructure, likely leaving council and community to foot the bill to fix these issues in the future. Second, it's around about affordable housing contributions. Affordable housing is critical if we want Macaulay to be an exclusive community, given the closeness to the CBD. Third, employment opportunities. Macaulay should be more than just a place to live. We need more opportunities for businesses and jobs if we want a genuinely mixed-use precinct where people can both work and live and be prosperous. In regards to the public works overlay for new open spaces, so council, we do support the proposed PAO for the Robertson Street Reserve expansion. We agree and support further investigations of the active transport corridor before further consideration of applying a public acquisition overlay. However, council continue to support applying a PAO over the Macaulay Terraces and Stub North reservation sites. Reserving them now helps ensure more open space can be delivered in the future. We've been discussing, negotiating, and advocating on this for years. It is time to provide certainty to our community that this government land is appropriately reserved to provide new open space for this growing community. So in closing, I do note there has been media reports about this is a conflict with state government. No, it's not really not. Council is responding to the advisory committee report and providing considerable advice to the minister to help achieve the best possible outcome for our community. The community's vision for Macaulay has always been clear: a neighbourhood with housing, jobs, services, open space, and infrastructure that supports future populations. Our message to the minister is very simple. Macaulay can and should contribute to the housing supply, but growth must be planned carefully. We need planning controls that balances new development with livability, affordable housing, open space, flood protection, and community infrastructure. Getting that balance right now will ensure Macaulay remains a great place to live for generations to come. And now I want to give the thanks, because this has been 13 years in the making. Thank you to everyone who participated in the process over the past 13 years, including community members, organisations, landowners, and developers. I particularly want to thank the Kensington Association, Friends of Moonee Ponds Creek, and Kay Odie for their ongoing involvement and advocacy. And if I do forget anyone, please pass on our thanks, because it's been 13 years from that. But I also want to thank our management, Evan Council, Joe Cannington, together with our council officers, past and present, who have contributed to this important project. Current key officers, Tim Westcott, Sarah Locock, Jojo Chan, Anne-Marie Dacross, Giselle Pratt, Kirsten Bell, Deborah Payne, Lavanya Arlandam, apologies for the mispronunciation, Anastasia Badina, Jim Spillani, Sophie Jordan, Colin Charman, Ashley Treader, Augustus Brown, Hannah Anderfed, and Callum Pike. It just begins to show the amount of people we've been working on this, and in no part it's a small feat. But in finally also closing, can I also thank former councillors who've worked on this and those who have been on it. I do note that former councillors Rohan Leopard, Kathy Oak worked on this very much. I do know that my mentor myself, Ken On, who was the planning chair back then when it started. And I also do note that Sally Capp, when she was the Lord Mayor, that she also pushed quite a bit for that. So there's a lot of people to thank. I'm very humbled to be the person who's speaking and starting on this. I think I'm taking all the credits when the credit should be belong to all those who've put in 13 years. And I want to send my personal thanks for the hard work you can do. 13 years is no small feature. And I hope that through this process, we can get the wins that we need for the community. Thank you. Councillor Camillo, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Councillor Lelio. After this very comprehensive speech, I don't have too much to talk. I'm going to be very brief because I think you cover everyone and every single name, and I'm very glad that you did that. So, Macaulay is a very significant urban renewal precinct spanning parts of Kensington and North Melbourne. But the Macaulay Structure Plan sets out a vision for a well-planned mid-rise mixed-use neighbourhood, balancing growth with the infrastructure, public health, and amenity improvements needs to support a thriving community, while in respecting the precinct's local character. As outlined in the report, the Minister for Planning appointed an advisory committee to review the proposed planning controls for Macaulay. While the advisory committee supports many of Council's strategic position, it does not support Council's position on a number of key matters. In particular, it recommends that several mandatory controls, including those relating to overshadowing of streets and floor area ratios, be discretionary. Maintaining mandatory floor areas ratios is essential to managing development density, infrastructure demand, and flood risk. With the Minister expect to make a final decision in the near future, I commend this motion before us to send a clear message in support of the strong planning controls required to realize the long-term vision of the Macaulay Structure Plan for residents, workers, and the wider community. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Camillo. Would any other councillors who would like to speak to this matter? Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Councillor Lelio. I've already asked some questions encapsulating my primary concerns, so I won't repeat those. But I must say this is an appalling position to be in. This council has been stripped of our powers to complete this planning scheme amendment. And the casualty is not us, but our community. The way this planning process has been altered at the last minute after years of very difficult and careful policy work between our council planning officers and our Kensington and North Melbourne community and landowners is shocking to me. I want to pay special tribute to our city strategy team, as Councillor Lelio has, who have been there every step of the way and brought expertise and patience and diligence to this issue and have put together this 761-page report so quickly to offer us a way forward. And I support this recommendation from management because the Advisory Committee's recommendation to remove the density-based planning controls cannot proceed. The cost to the community, the financial cost, the health cost, the environmental cost of planning that severs the tie between population growth and infrastructure provision is enormous. It would be reckless to provide infrastructure based on one population forecast while allowing development that produces much larger populations. In fact, unpredictably, unforeseeable, unforecastable populations that would have to be monitored constantly, as Joe intimated. But that's what the Advisory Committee has recommended to the Minister. And there, of course, is not an infinite amount of land Council can draw upon to provide more infrastructure if that is needed. There has to be a reasonable limit to the development potential of this precinct. That reasonable limit is already very high. Management points in its report to that structure plan, that the structure plan proposes density of up to 450 dwellings per hectare. That's the same density as will be in the densest precinct of Fisherman's Bend and is greater than the average density of the CBD and South Bank. And the advisory committee says that the council planning scheme amendment would easily meet the structure plan's population forecasts and easily contribute to the municipal housing targets we are asked to meet. But even still, it wants to uncap that density control. So this is bad policy in its own right, but it's outrageous that it could be determined as a result of a highly secretive process that shuts the community out of the most important parts of the amendment process. The minister will now make her decision behind closed doors instead of the council adopting the amendment here in public. This is planning done to communities, not with communities. It's an appalling process and there is nothing democratic about it. But there's still this opportunity here tonight to make this right and going forward. Of course, I commend this motion from officers to my colleagues, but we need to do more. We need to adopt this officer recommendation, which seeks to preserve the opportunity for Macaulay to be a livable, wonderful community of the future. But I want to implore the Lord Mayor, who is necessarily absent from the chamber at this moment, and everyone else with influence, to make the strongest possible case and secure the only responsible outcome for Macaulay, a rejection of the Advisory Committee's recommendations and the adoption of Council's approach, linking infrastructure with growth and ensuring that the density to come in Macaulay is high amenity, sustainable and affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Would any other councillors like to speak to this particular matter? No? If that's the case, I don't have anything to add to that. Very passionate and very eloquently put. If no other ones, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Right. Yep. I declare that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I call on the conflicted councillors and the Lord Mayor to come back?
All right, I call on the Deputy Lord Mayor, Rashina Campbell, to assume the role of Chair of the meeting in relation to reports where Council exercises its responsibilities under the Planning and Environment Act 1987.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Laylow, for your chairing. There are 3 reports from management to be considered in the planning section. The first is agenda item 6.1, Ministerial Planning Referral, ID 2026-2, Town Hall, Rail Station, 9 to 29 Swanston Street, Melbourne. I am going to request a presentation on this item and I call on Matthew Metaxas, the Acting Head of Statutory Planning, to make a brief presentation.
Good evening, councillors. Next slide, please. So the site is located at a key gateway into the city, fronting both Swanston Street and Flinders Street. This is an iconic Melbourne location and a corner anchored by Flinders Street Station, the Young and Jackson Building, St Paul's Cathedral and Federation Square. The amendment relates to a site-specific planning control and incorporated document. The applicant has requested the Minister's intervention on the basis of the project's state significance. There is a current approval for the oversight development, which was initially granted in 2017 via a separate site-specific planning control under Amendment C316 for the Metro Tunnel. This Amendment C498 seeks to facilitate a revised design comprising 4 connected buildings above the Town Hall station entries on Swanston Street and Flinders Street. Next slide, please. This diagram shows the mandatory and preferred heights contained within the Design and Development Overlay Schedule 2. The application site is located within sub-area A1, shown in green on the western side or the left-hand side of the page, and the subject site is marked with a green star. Sub-area 1 is subject to a mandatory maximum building height of 40 metres. The proposal substantially exceeds the 40-metre height control applying to the site and therefore results in a departure from this long-maintained height limit, thus the need to be assessed through a ministerial intervention. Next slide, please. The proposal comprises what can be best described as 4 connecting buildings. Fronting Swanston Street, there are 2 building elements of 7 stories and 10 stories, while behind that, these street fronting buildings, there's a 16-storey component with a height of approximately 64 metres. Fronting Flinders Street is a further 16-storey building element with an overall height of approximately 76 metres. The development would provide for just under 25,000 square metres of net floor area, with a total gross floor area of 31,000 square metres, excluding the works associated with the Metro Tunnel. This render illustrates the proposed development as viewed from above Federation Square, looking back towards the CBD, and provides an appreciation of the overall building form and massing in its context. Next slide, please. This image here provides context in the height difference between the proposed and approved buildings in plan form. As can be seen, the height increase is approximately 30 metres, with the proposed building substantially taller than the approved and surrounding buildings. Next slide, please. The image to the left depicts the approved building of approximately 46 metres, including 6 metres with plant, within the context of the Young Jacksons building in the foreground, Flinders Street Station, the Nicholas building to its immediate right, and St Paul's Cathedral to the right of the image. The right image depicts the proposed development in the same context. As the render shows, the proposed amendment with a height of 76 metres, including the plant, sits substantially above and proud of the surrounding buildings. Next slide, please. These slides show shadowing to Federation Square. So the left image shows the proposal shadow impacts with the introduction of shadowing on Federation Square at 3 p.m. on the 27th of May. It represents the worst case scenario through this time period, with approximately 380 square metres of additional shadow cast across Federation Square. The right image shows the proposal shadow impact on Federation Square at 3 p.m. on the 22nd of June. At this time, an additional 233 square metres of shadow would be cast over Federation Square. The proposal therefore results in a departure from a clear planning objective of the DDO. Next slide, please. And this slide is with regard to Flinders Street steps and area in front of the station. These images compare the shadows impacts of the proposed against the approved building envelope, approved being above, proposed below. The comparison demonstrates increased shadowing of the Flinders Street station steps at these times. In particular, the steps would be fully shadowed at 2 p.m. during April and September. We do note that the shadowing to the steps has improved at other times, particularly for May and June, due to the lower portion of the development along Swanston Street. Overall, however, the proposal will result in a net increase in shadowing compared with the approved envelope. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Matthew. I'm just going to see if councillors have any questions of you. No, thank you very much for your presentation. I now call on Justin Martin, who I believe is joining us via Zoom, who's requested the opportunity to address the committee in relation to this matter. Justin, we can't yet see you. Yes, we can see you, and I'm just testing if we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Wonderful. Thank you, Justin. I just remind you to speak for no more than 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're aware, but there was a 2013 international competition for Flinders Street Station that included 2 towers by Hassel Architects, which is the same architect for this proposal. Kevin McLeod from Grand Designs afterwards said leave it alone. So I don't know whether the councillors and the Lord Mayor are aware that there was a similar proposal that Kevin McLeod from Grand Designs said leave it alone. So I'm requesting that the Lord Mayor or the councillors put a motion to defer this matter to Kevin McLeod from Grand Designs based on the previous proposals and towers by Hassel in the International Flinders Street Station competition. Obviously it's a very sensitive area. It's the face of Melbourne. There's no renders from South Bank, which is the 6 p.m. news on TV every day. You see Flinders Street Station. There's no renders of those views. So we have to remember that Melbourne is an international city. It's on the news at 6 p.m. every time. You see St Paul's, you see the church, Flinders Street Station. It's important that we have that view so that councillors and the Lord Mayor can make informed decisions on these proposals. I think that it shouldn't be supported unless there's changes. So I would request that the City of Melbourne requests a multi-criteria assessment from DTP, OVGA and the City of Melbourne in relation to their strategic position on Flinders Street Station and an upgraded metro entrance at Federation Square. Can we go to the next slides? Yep. So basically, Federation Square is one of the most important spaces in Melbourne. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So Melbourne is a very dark place at the moment. The Lord Mayor and the councillors have the opportunity to bring light into the city and support triple bottom line metro entrances instead of single use ones. It is important that Melbourne is more diverse than architecture that is all white. And I think that Melbourne needs a bit more diversity. So I would request that the City of Melbourne, as part of their review into this proposal, review a new metro entrance at Federation Square that allows more light into the City of Melbourne than overshadowing. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. It is very easy to propose these aerial views, and they don't really give you what the view would look like from South Bank. So it's important that you're presented with images that give you the chance to make an informed decision. Next slide. 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 We can leave it at that. So, yeah, I would request that you defer this matter to Kevin McLeod from Grand Designs, or you request a multi-criteria assessment from DTP and OVGA, or you get an internal position from the City of Melbourne. Given the fact that there is
Justin, your time has expired, so I'm just going to ask you to conclude your remarks.
Yep.
Thank you so much for your submission. We now call on Dr. Stan Kapp. Stan, if you could make your way to the lectern, and I remind you to speak for no more than 3 minutes.
President of EastEnders that has a remit to consider matters that affect us as residents across the entire CBD. I've received feedback from members that express a despair when faced with proposals that conflict with what are thought to be sacrosanct policies. Height restrictions that have long been in place at 40 metres are now thought to be 76.6 metres. The consequences on our city, residents, businesses and visitors by the most intrusive proposal are significant. The heritage significance of the Flinders Street Station, St Paul's Cathedral, Federation Square and even Young and Jackson's requires a major intervention and line in the sand by the City of Melbourne. I'm especially anxious about the propensity to fast-track approvals by the Planning Minister. Without broad community engagement, but at least the opinion of the City of Melbourne has been sought. We must be grateful that that's being considered by the Future Melbourne Committee tonight, which at least enables some opportunity to hear from your community. Thank you for that. However, as noted in paragraph 7 of the attached report, it's understood that the Minister will decide on the amendment imminently, and that has placed a lot of pressure on officers to produce what they have. Now, I'm no urban planner or bureaucrat, but surely the decision on a development of an estimated $263 million deserves far greater opportunity to analyse, review and consult. Despite the limited time available to the City of Melbourne officers, I do consider that they have presented a persuasive case for FMC to resolve that it does not support this proposed planning scheme amendment. The 4 reasons recommended to justify this decision are well argued and supported by sound logic and factual context. I do take issue with the concession in paragraph 26 that suggests there may be limited capacity for a, quote, taller element on the site, albeit with significant cave widths. I reject the notion that height limits should ever be negotiable. There are parts of our city that have been height protected for decades, and we should not enable any exceptions or even postulate that to be a possibility. I would also like to see a greater argument about the diminution of heritage protection, particularly given the context of the heritage strategy recently approved. Now, I know I'm going down a dead end, but I also need to say these types of discussions fly in the face of Council's only community engagement policy. While it is a state government requirement for local government, it seems this same state government has no commitment whatsoever to the concept. Sadly, this is not going to be a unique event under the new planning laws of this government, and having recently attended a meeting at Liverpool, Victoria, there is widespread concern across the state about the directions being taken. Bayside Council, taking their matter to the Supreme Court, deserves the support from all LGAs across the state. It's high time to stand up before all that we know and respect about our planning processes is rendered an interesting historical artefact. I'm quite surprised, frankly, that the MAV and the VLGA have not taken a more aggressive and public position on these matters. Some would say that the decline in political and civil liberties is an existential threat to both democratic rights and democracy itself.
Stan, your time has unfortunately expired, so I just ask you to conclude your remarks.
One sentence, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Very good.
As the level of government closest to the people, I would have thought that aggressive leadership by local government was axiomatic. All that said, I support management's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stan Kapp. I now call on Claire Gillies from Urbis, who's requested the opportunity to address this committee. Claire, if you could make your way to the lectern, and I remind you to speak for no more than 3 minutes.
Of course. Thank you all. Good evening, Lord Mayor, Deputy Mayor and councillors. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of Lendlease in support of this important proposal. I'd like to outline why we are here tonight and why this project matters for Melbourne. Next slide, please. Town Hall Place sits at Melbourne's most iconic intersection, as Council adequately explained. It's one of the few truly transit-oriented development sites sitting directly above Town Hall Station. The state has invested more than $15 billion in the Metro Tunnel project, and we want to do this justice and deliver a synergy between the transport infrastructure, providing jobs where workers can connect seamlessly with our rail system below. Next slide, please. The Overstation development was originally approved by the Minister for Planning in 2017, but the market has changed significantly over the past decade. Construction costs have risen sharply, office demand has shifted, and tenant expectations have evolved. The approved scheme no longer provides the scale needed to deliver this project in the short term. This proposal here before us tonight responds to those changes and provides the critical mass needed to secure an anchor tenant and deliver this project in the short term. At a time when Melbourne needs renewed commercial confidence and investment, this site represents one of the strongest opportunities in the CBD, and Lendlease is ready to deliver that. Next slide, please. The building has been designed with care by award-winning architects Hassell. The project has been workshopped with key stakeholders, including the OVGA, which has refined the design we see before us tonight. While the proposal does exceed the 40-metre mandatory height control, we consider this as a unique site that justifies discretion, a position broadly supported by planning authorities, including council officers. Importantly, the site sits at the very edge of the height control, and there are several nearby buildings that already exceed this height. The stepped form also reduces a perceived bulk of the building and actually lowers the interface with the adjoining Young & Jackson's Hotel compared with the approved. Next slide, please. The proposal does result in additional overshadowing to Fed Square, as explained. This is limited to time around the winter equinox and is limited to only 10 to 15 minutes per day. The shadow falls in a similar area to that's already shadowed by the new metro canopy, and the additional shadow cast is where people walk, not in areas where people dwell. In relation to the Flinders Street steps, as Council kindly mentioned, there are some improvements at certain times of the year. Next slide, please. And the next one. The proposal does deliver significant public benefits. At ground, it will complete the laneway network, including a new station piazza. Importantly, it will establish a major economic catalyst for the city, create thousands of jobs, support urban renewal, and improve public safety and activate the public realm. It would enforce Melbourne CBD as a primary employment precinct, as encouraged by the Melbourne Planning Scheme, supporting a greater and a bigger Melbourne. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Claire. Other councillors might have questions, but I might kick off if that's all right. Sure. So we certainly heard your submission in relation to the change in the office market, rising construction costs and the commercial feasibility of the currently approved structures. What I haven't heard is the strategic planning justification for increasing the height. So I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess in planning, and this is a really challenging one, because planning all comes down to balancing competing objectives, and I think we can all acknowledge that there are a lot of competing objectives on this site. Strategic planning policy really encourages growth and economic development in the central city. Under the current market, in the short term, this project cannot be delivered. As approved, I should say, as approved. That's the whole purpose of this proposal. The planning scheme also requires us to respond and respect the context, and this project has met the balance between the important strategic policy which requires growth and economic development in the city to really get jobs above transport infrastructure in appropriate locations, with what we consider to be a more sensitive response in terms of built form. So to appropriately respect the really iconic heritage development around and the amenity of the public realm.
So just to drill down on that, Claire, I mean, essentially what you are seeking is an exemption from the mandatory height and overshadowing controls within DDO2.
Yes, correct.
And there's obviously a significant strategic reason for those controls, and there is significant urban design control in the Melbourne Planning Scheme. So just so that I understand this, the submission is that the benefit of development, jobs above a transport hub, they are the strategic planning reasons why DDO2 in this instance should have an exemption.
Correct.
Okay. Yep. Can I then just discuss the overshadowing? So dealing with Flinders Street Station steps, you've heard from our officers that this proposal will improve overshadowing during May and June compared to the existing approval, but do you agree that it will worsen it during April and September?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is that the adjacent tower on Flinders Street is around 60 metres in height. The tower that you are proposing next to that is over 76 metres in height. Has any consideration been given to some height in between what is currently approved, 46 metres, and the 76 metres, for example, something comparable to the 60 metres next door?
There's certainly been consideration. There was consideration of, I think, about 30 different variations of this proposal. I will probably defer to Hassel to explain the design better, but there's good design rationale why you can't just simply shave off little bits of the development without impacting the floor plate.
Okay. Thank you. And then you spoke to the fact that the current approved approval is not commercially viable in this market. Are you able to tell this committee when Lendlease would be required to commence construction by?
Under the current agreement?
Yes.
Yes. Yep. So of the complete, so they will be delivering the immediate retail as of the end of this year, but that is just the ground floor. The complete development would be required to commence by 2031.
Okay, so some 5 years away. So we've heard that it's not commercially feasible in this market, but obviously as much has changed in the past 5 years, there is a possibility much will again change in the next 5 years.
We'd have to wait and see.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for your submission, Claire. I'm just going to see if any other councillors. Councillor Laidlaw has a question.
Thank you for that. And I'll be asking the same of Hassel when this comes up. But look, in terms of the design, you've got Flinders Street right up next door. You've got Flinders Street on the other side. You've got St Paul Cathedral. You've got Federation Square, and then I guess what is being put up. I guess the question is, when I look at this, I go, and this is the same question I'm going to be asking of Hassel, is would you be proud of having, we're giving, I guess, a unique opportunity, and this will be sent to, Instagrammable, will be shared with the world, and this is what we're going to be sharing with the world of, say, Melbourne. Are you comfortable with sharing and say this is Melbourne?
I am, absolutely. Design's subjective. And I think when you actually see a building physically, not just on renders, when you can see the textural result and the high quality materials, that makes all the difference. So yes, I think this will be a good outcome.
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Can we just do another round of questions about overshadowing of Flinders Street steps, please? The clocks.
Sure.
That is quite important space here in our city.
Yep.
So you made the point that there are improvements to overshadowing, i.e. less overshadowing during some times of the year, but you've acknowledged that there are other times of the year where there is a deterioration in the outcome, i.e. more overshadowing. Yeah. Can we just get a sense, overall, will this proposal result in more overshadowing of the steps at Flinders Street Station or less?
Yeah, look, I'll have to go back and do all the calculations, which I have not done. I know earlier in the year it's quite a significant improvement. Later in the year it is not, but I don't have the calculations.
Through you, Chair, is it possible to invite Matt from our planning team to respond to that at this juncture? Then I've got a second question as well. Matt, did you want to just jump up? So, net, is there more overshadowing or less?
Yes, I'll run you through those times just quickly. So in April, it's worse shadowing. In May and June, it's better at 1 p.m. And then in September, the shadowing is worse at both 1 and 2 p.m. So that is a 3-to-1 better versus worse outcome across 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. shadowing between April, May, June and September.
Through you, Chair, and what about for the months from October through to March?
So the planning controls don't refer to those, so we don't have that detail, but we're also missing detail relating to July and August, which is between the April and September period of time that DDO calls to.
All right, thank you. And through you, Chair, a second question back to Claire, if that's okay. Thank you, Matt.
You sure you don't want to stay on that?
You mentioned that the floor plate demands have changed in the market since the original approval back in 2017, and that this new design responds to changes in the market. Could you just unpack that for us a little bit?
Yeah. So
what are office tenants looking for now that they weren't looking for in 2017? And is there a specific tenant that we're talking about here that we're trying to accommodate?
Yeah, so it has changed quite significantly, particularly, and it depends what site you're looking at in the city. Here, given that we're directly above the Metro Rail and have quite a regular shape, it makes it a bit harder to attract office tenants because a floor plate is irregular. Therefore, but we also importantly, to be able to deliver this, we want an anchor tenant. We don't want to have multiple subdivisions with little tenants in, because that doesn't make a feasible project. So in terms of getting a single anchor tenant, I understand in the current market they're looking at about 20,000 square metres plus of floor area, which is significantly greater than what the initial approval allows, which I think sits at about 16,000.
All right, so just to play that back to you, Claire, you're saying that the previous floor plate was an irregular shape and that the new floor plate is not irregular and that that's going to be more appealing. And moreover, there's a tenant who's chasing 20,000 square metres and this new design can deliver
Yeah,
that.
so all the briefs I understand that are coming through for a building on this site are looking at around that mark. Yep. And just to clarify, it's the site, the shape of the site which causes an irregular floor plate.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I might just ask one further question from that. So we're obviously dealing with a very changing market. There's anticipated very significant legislative changes with working from home, which has not yet played out through the office market, whether that means, for example, that people are seeking smaller office spaces because they are not accommodating as many workers. So I appreciate the briefs that have been coming through to date have been seeking that larger floor plate. But just to play this back to you, there is a possibility that over the next 5 years, in the time that Lendlease could commence construction, the demands in the office market could again shift quite significantly.
There is potential for that. I think the concern is we're at such an important intersection in the city, and it is renders a site essentially in a construction period for quite a long time, with metro exhaust stacks that are visible out, and impacts the activation and safety in this part of the city. So there's a real desire to commence as soon as possible.
And can I just ask, what is Lendlease's intention in terms of commencing works if the proposal is before us was approved by the Minister?
I understand it would be 2027.
Okay, thank you. I believe Councillor Rouse has a question.
Just a quick question. If we could go back to the slide in relation to shadowing on Fed Square for 10 minutes, I think the slide said something akin to that. Can you just explain that there is a 10-minute shadow on Fed Square? I'm not a town planner, but I am pretty good at maths and geometry, and logic tells me that as the afternoon progresses, the sun gets further west and closer to the horizon, and that therefore the shadows move further east and extending length, and a building double the height therefore has a shadow twice as long. Would it not be reasonable to expect that shadow would swing across Fed Square and cover it in its entirety rather than just 10 minutes?
I believe this is, and I would need to look again, to do with the planning controls and the time limitations in the planning controls to the 3 p.m. So you are correct that shadow would swing around.
And given that from a single point light source like the sun, something twice as tall will project a shadow twice as long, my assumption is that under the previously endorsed plan that shadow would not reach into Fed Square. Is that correct?
Correct. It stopped at the edge.
Okay. And one final question. Can we go back to the very, very first slide? That render in this first slide, is that the proposed, the one before that, I think? Very, very beginning. That's the proposed. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor Rouse. Did any other councillors have a question? No, thank you so much.
Sorry, I have one.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Scott. Apologies.
Sorry, I just want to clarify what you said. If the proposal to increase the height limit goes ahead, Lendlease would start construction in 2027. If it doesn't go ahead, it's going to be 2031. Is that what you said?
That's correct. That's
so
current.
why is it going to take an extra 4 years if you've already done the work on the proposal as it sits today at a certain height limit that was approved back in 2017? Why is there now? Why would there be a 4-year delay?
Yep. So there's no office tenant for the current proposal as it sits. It hasn't been able to be secured, and it's not feasible to deliver it financially in the current market.
But there is an office tenant for the increased height limit.
Yeah, there's
proposal.
prospective office tenants for that.
Right.
Thank you. Just doing a final check. All right. Thank you, Claire, for your submission.
Thanks all.
I now call on Ingrid Baker from Hassel. Ingrid, if you could make your way to the lectern, and I remind you to speak for no more than 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the future Melbourne Committee, Lord Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor and councillors. Next slide. Town Hall Place is a very important site in the city and sits at the gateway of Melbourne's civic spine. Next slide. Our architectural response to the site has been strongly guided by the 4 objectives that were set out in the Metro Tunnel Project Urban Context Report, CBD South Oversight Development 2017, prepared by Jones and Whitehead. And those objectives are activation of the public realm, functionality and safety of the movement network, amenity of streets and public spaces, architectural response to context. These objectives drove our original approved design and equally have driven the current architectural response. Next slide. To achieve the objectives, we set up a series of key urban design principles, and we have workshopped these extensively in a series of roundtables with the OVGA, the City of Melbourne, Heritage Victoria, and the Department of Transport and Planning. After testing many different massing options, the city-village concept relates directly to the feedback from those workshops around breaking down the mass of the site into smaller elements. The street wall heights are relating to the scale of the buildings up Swanston Street and up Flinders Street. The terraces create much-needed passive surveillance. Next slide. Just keep running through the next slide. They're all the different principles that we applied. Also from the Jones and Whitehead report, the overall building envelope, including height and setbacks, should create a street wall of a height that responds to the prevalent context, provide a setback to the street frontages for development above the street wall to maintain a pedestrian scale at street level, maintain the characteristic vertical rhythm of streetscapes. Buildings with wide street frontages should be articulated as smaller vertical sections. Next slide. This view is standing on Princess Bridge looking north. You can see the building setback provides space for the cathedral spires. Next slide. This view is from the cathedral looking west across Swanston Street. Here you can see the 3 distinct entries into the site. On the left is into the activated retail arcade. In the middle is the entry to the metro station and the piazza and the laneway network beyond. On the right is the entry into the office lobby. Next slide. To help the building read as 4 distinct elements, each of the facades is slightly different. All of the facades have a civic weight to them that relates to the surrounding context. The proportion of the window openings on the Swanston Street buildings are square to relate to the window openings, and the Nicholas to relate to the Flinders Street buildings. Next slide. With each of the facade treatments are different. While they're all different, they are part of the same family, creating a cohesive response. Last slide. Here is a view from Swanston Street looking south towards Flinders Street Station. This image shows how the building matches the height of the Nicholas building and steps down to relate to the scale of the Young and Jackson building on the corner. One last comment I'd like to make. We're in a really, really bad state at the moment in this city as far as development goes. It is really unfeasible for developers to get buildings to stack up. We have a developer here in Lendlease that's willing to invest in Victoria at a time when many other developers won't. That should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. You may have questions from other councillors, but I might kick off and looking at the slide before us. So you've spoken about the height. Oh, sorry, just the one. Go back to the one we were on before. Perfect. Thank you, Council Business. You've talked about the height of the Swanston Street buildings, in particular the one adjacent to the Nicholas building, matching that height of the Nicholas building.
Yep.
Why has there not been a similar response along Flinders Street, where the tallest tower is over 76 metres, while the adjacent tower is around 60 metres?
Haven't shown an image of it, but as I said in in my speech that the height of the buildings on Flinders Street relate also to the buildings further up Flinders Street. So if you go to the next corner on the Elizabeth Street corner, there's a building of substantial height on that corner, and it's relating to the language of the height as it goes further west along Flinders Street. But ultimately, we're trying to create a building that is going to accommodate a really exciting tenant that is interested in being in this part of the city and bringing their workers into this part of the city that at the moment is very, very unsafe, and we need that passive surveillance. We need that active footfall in that part of the city to make it safe.
Okay, thank you, Ingrid. And you might have heard my question to Claire before about, obviously there have been many design iterations that have been prepared by Hassel. Was there a design iteration that considered a lower height on Flinders Street? So I mean, the current approved height I think is around 46 metres, a jump from 46 to 76 in one tower and 46 to I think 60 in another tower is obviously a considerable increase. Was there a design iteration with a more moderate or perhaps even no increase along Flinders Street?
There have been lots and lots and lots of versions. The decision was really, really guided by all those objectives in the report, as I mentioned. And one of the key drivers was around minimising the shadowing on Fed Square. So we could have reduced the height of the Flinders Street building if we increased the height of the Swanston Street buildings and created a more boxy, kind of bulky building. And the decision was made that it would be better to break it up into smaller parts and create the height on the rear of the site, which was going to have as little impact on Fed Square as possible. And just if I can add to the response to Councillor Andrew Rouse's question before about the shadowing, the planning scheme measures shadows up until 3 p.m. Of course, there'll be shadows beyond 3 p.m. that will go into Fed Square, but the current buildings around, even including Flinders Street Station, obviously cast a shadow onto Fed Square.
Thank you, Ingrid. I'm just going to see if other councillors might have questions. Yes, Councillor Lalo.
Hi, Ingrid.
Hi.
I think you heard my previous question.
Yeah, I know you
and
don't like
everything.
it, Councillor. I'm disappointed that you don't like it.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I would like you to. So my question, you already heard it, which is, would this be something that you'd be proud of to say this is Melbourne and
Yes.
showcasing to the world, saying on a corner of ours, saying this is the best. I guess because in a position like that, people will automatically search. So your hand on heart would be saying, I would absolutely love it. This is, some of compared to some of my other works and everything, this would be something that you'd be very, very proud of.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't stand here alone. I stand here with the opinion of all of my colleagues as well.
Sure.
We're all very proud of how this is, the outcome is progressing, and think it's a really considered response to what is a very, very difficult site in the city.
Sure.
Yes, Councillor Andrew Rouse.
Thank you. There's been a lot of public interest in relation to this and a lot of submissions received. A lot of those submissions speak to the visual impact on what is probably Melbourne's most important or famous intersection. Given the render that we're looking at the moment, the building itself doesn't even fit on the slide. Can you speak to the impact on the intersection itself and something that Melbourne is so proud of in terms of having the four key areas of Melbourne there, Fed Square, the Flinders Street clocks, Young and Jackson's and the church, what the impact and how this could change forevermore, that intersection?
Yeah, I think it will change the intersection by creating a bit more of a civic presence to the intersection. At the moment, there's a big gaping hole where this building will be. I think it is being respectful of the scale of Young and Jackson's and still allowing that to hero the corner, which it will always do. And it is being respectful of the cathedral by stepping back in height from Swanston Street towards the west to create space for the spires to still shine.
Yes, Councillor Scott.
Just further to the questions about the possible tenancy, you're excited by the fact that there's this prospective tenant for a much bigger building, and that's what's justifying the request for councillors to consider approving that, is that likely to be a state government-based tenancy or
No.
a private/public company tenant?
It is an Australian national company that are choosing to relocate their headquarters to this site.
Great. Okay. I'll be interested to see if work from home policy changes, if that happens, still require such large scale office buildings, because a lot of those sort of companies are downsizing their offices. So we'll see.
They are downsizing considerably from where they are currently to this space.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. And this might be a question for you, Inga, or it might be for Matt and the City of Melbourne planning team. So I'll invite both of you to potentially offer up an answer. I'm just trying to go a step further on this shadowing question,
Go
because
for
we
it.
are talking about Federation Square, which is the great gathering square of the city, and the Flinders Street clocks, which is the meeting spot for Melburnians, and indeed the forecourt of St Paul's Cathedral as well. And when I looked through the officer's report, we are looking at overshadowing during only certain times of the year and certain times of the day. And I do know that under the planning scheme, there are set points that we do measure these things, but I also know that we often go well beyond that, particularly when we're talking about something like Federation Square or the forecourt of Flinders Street Station. So why don't we have those additional overshadowing diagrams before us? Would it be possible to get access to those?
Okay, the reason why we don't is that we measure planning shadows at the worst time of the year, which is traditionally June the 22nd. In the case of the Fed Square site boundary, it was decided that the 27th of May is actually the worst case scenario because the CBD is slightly off axis of the north-south axis. I went down there on the 27th of May at 2:30 and it was a very cloudy day. It was a bit wet and there was no shadow because there was no sun. So that's an important point to note. The planning controls talk about April and September as being the equinox because that is when the sun is at its extreme points. When it goes between September and April, it's going higher in the sky, so it's creating actually less shadow because it's a more direct light coming from above. So that's why we measure it at April and September, because that's kind of the middle ground of the year, and then the worst case scenario in June, or in this case, May the 27th.
Matt, did you want to add to that from a City of Melbourne perspective?
Lord Mayor Evan here. I
Evan,
might
sorry.
jump in for Matt on this point. It's important for council to note, and in relation to the proposal, that there's an expected protection of sunlight to Federation Square beyond the hours of 3 p.m. and within the planning framework due to the mandatory 40-metre height control. So whilst the planning framework requires measurement through the hours that are prescriptive, and the proposal is responding to those prescriptive hours, the proposal is also asking for the mandatory height control, which would have been informed by things like sunlight access to the surrounding area, etc., at the point in time to justify those mandatory controls in their own right. So as a result of the exemptions, it would be prudent for both council and the minister to consider the broader sunlight access to the main civic square for the city in Federation Square, and there would be significant impact beyond 3 p.m. Due to the taller height and breadth of the building.
Thanks, Evan. That's the point I was trying to get to. Would there be increased overshadowing outside the hours of 3 p.m, the times of day which often Federation Square sees a lot of activity? And just to be clear on this point, you're saying, yes, in your view, it would because of the increased height.
Absolutely. The proposal has responded to the planning framework of the day in the sunlight and overshadowing tests. However, it's also asking for exemptions from mandatory height controls, which would result in automatic protections of sunlight beyond those hourly tests which are being referred to in the conversation that's occurring.
Thank you. Back to you, Delia.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Are there any other questions from councillors? No. Thank you very much, Ingrid. In that case, I am going to ask for an alternate motion to be put on the screen. Thank you. If we could just scroll down. Thank you. I am going to move that motion and I'm looking for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Laylo. The proposal before us tonight concerns an incredibly significant site above Melbourne Metro's Town Hall station, a site at one of our most iconic intersections, the corner of Swanston and Flinders Street. The application has been lodged by Irvis on behalf of Lendlease Development, and importantly, this is a ministerial referral. That is, the minister will ultimately, and we understand very shortly, be making the decision. So the decision before this committee tonight concerns the City of Melbourne's position, as will be put to the minister. The proposal is for approximately 24,900 square metres of office floor space through a new site-specific planning control and incorporated document. The proposal would deliver a 4-building development rising to 16 stories with a maximum height of 76.6 metres, well exceeding the DDO control with a maximum height of 40 metres. Dealing with the 2 towers facing Swanston Street, one of those is 7 stories, that's 28.8 metres. Another one is 10 stories, 40.4 metres. And then dealing with the towers on Flinders Street, there is a 16-storey tower that is 63.9 metres, and then a 16-storey tower plus plant that is 76.6 metres. At street level, the proposal provides activation through a range of small retail tenancies fronting Swanston Street, Flinders Street and the adjoining laneways, as well as pedestrian connections and a commercial office lobby space. The proposal does break the form into 4 separate towers, and for my part, I think that is to be applauded. And I share the view we have heard from the applicants tonight that this is a site that should be activated. It is a site that has been subject to lengthy construction disruption over many years, and I'm sure many Melburnians would like to see that come to an end, as they would like to see a good design response and an appropriate planning outcome at such a significant site. In my view, there remain significant issues in respect of that. The overall height proposes an increase from the currently approved 46 metres to 76.6 metres at the highest point. That means shadowing will now occur at Federation Square, which did not occur under the previous approval. And as you've heard tonight in the questioning of officers and the applicant, while we are considering the shadowing required under the Melbourne planning scheme, that also relies on compliance with the mandatory height limit of 40 metres. With that being exceeded, there is a real significant impact on Melbourne's premier civic square, Federation Square, which we know is activated throughout the day and, of course, throughout the year. There will also be improvements to shadowing at the front of Flinders Street Station during May and June compared to the existing approval, but a worsening of shadowing at April and September, and the position in July and August is unknown. It's worth remembering that for generations of Melburnians, the steps of Flinders Street Station has been Melbourne's meeting point. This is an iconic public space that will suffer from a deterioration in the shadowing income. Now, this committee is required to assess whether this proposal achieves acceptable planning outcomes in one of Melbourne's most significant civic and heritage locations. We have received over 60 submissions in respect of this proposal. Excluding submissions on behalf of the applicant, there is only one submission that is supportive of the proposal. And given this is a decision ultimately for the Minister, one part of this alternate motion requests that all written submissions be provided to the Minister for Planning so that she understands the context in which this decision is being made. The community concern in the vast majority of those submissions, indeed the outrage, is palpable. and understandable. The corner of Flinders and Swanston Street is the gateway to our city. It's an iconic intersection for every visitor, tourist, worker, resident, and quite frankly, every Melburnian. This is a site that we will all be looking at for generations to come, and we are all invested in the planning response. Now, approval already exists for a 46-metre office development through Amendment C316. What is being proposed is a substantial increase in scale with 76.6 metres on one tower, and that requires an exemption from mandatory height and overshadowing controls within DDO2. So far, we have not heard from the applicant as to a strategic planning justification for this increased height. I absolutely share the applicant's desire for activation at this site, for increased jobs, for an end to the construction disruption, but those are not the requirements that we are required to have regard to. And explaining that answer, I think it is important to set out why these controls exist in the first place. DDO2 is one of the most significant urban design controls in Melbourne's planning scheme. It protects the special character area of the CBD retail core. It is deliberately lower in scale than other parts of the city. It is central to Melbourne's identity, its amenity, and its livability. And it's not a character that has emerged by accident. It reflects decades of planning policy and investment aimed at protecting the qualities that make central Melbourne distinctive. The controls protect important public realm outcomes, including views towards the Shrine of Remembrance, the landscape character of Swanston Street, the prominence of landmark civic and heritage buildings, and the sense of openness that is experienced when emerging from Flinders Street Station. The pedestrian amenity that defines this part of the CBD, and the broader sunlight access that is expected in civic spaces like Federation Square. This proposal would create unacceptable outcomes for key civic views, heritage settings in the public realm. Of particular concern, of course, is the shadowing to Federation Square and Flinders Street steps, as well as the impacts on the protected views towards the Arts Centre spire and the Shrine of Remembrance. This council is undeniably pro-development. Over 99% of applications that come before this council have a permit issued, over 99%. But this proposal, in my view, should not be supported. And the City of Melbourne's position on that is clear in this alternative motion. However, should the Minister nevertheless decide to approve the proposal, in our view, there are three key changes that should be made. Firstly, a reduction in the height of towers 3 and 4 to be consistent with the adjacent building on Flinders Street. An elimination of additional overshadowing of Flinders Street Station steps and Federation Square. An updated facade strategy informed by urban design analysis, because the design outcome here must be excellent given the significance of this site. And finally, that all of the submissions that have been before this committee, 60 plus, be provided to the Minister when she makes her decision. Can I close by thanking our team, led by Evan Council, Matt and Julian, for what has been, I understand, difficult but also quite time-pressured work with the knowledge that the Minister's decision was imminent. I am so grateful for them for doing the detailed work that has given this council and this committee the opportunity to consider this proposal and to ensure that the City of Melbourne's view is heard before the Minister makes a decision. Over to you, Councillor Leilou.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor and Chair, and well spoken. I think first and foremost, I want to thank the team for the work. I think what we saw tonight, Macaulay, and many others on the thing, I think in terms of the team that's just providing the service to Melbourne, I think the planning team has outdone itself, and I just want to say congratulations for, I guess, the hard work, and Evan, please to pass on that on to the team. I also want to thank, I guess, the proponent and the team for wanting to help the Victorian economy. I get it. I mean, I'm not. It's I'm definitely not unsympathetic to it, and I would say very brave to be doing something in this. And so I do get it. But when you're using the name Town Hall Place, when you're using it in a place like this, there obviously is going to be a very big scrutiny. And what I see is, and I've made this comment in there, but and I'll share it out here because I think it's only fair to say, but what I see is I see it's when I see this, I see it's an unfinished Tetris game, and I just don't. And I think it's in a game that we don't know how big the space is, so we're just going to put random pieces in there. And this is what I see. And for an iconic place like the corner where Flinders Street Station is, where the Nicholson building is right next door, you've got St Paul's Cathedral, and I'm not a big fan also of Fed Square as well. But it's an area where this is where we're going to project to the world. This is the place where we will be sending it to say, hey, this is Melbourne. And it's not something that I believe it's Melbourne. I also want to say that for me, like when I look at the renders and everything, this is sitting on something. I guess the renders will show us something, and I think when it's built and everything, it's going to be, we can then decide what we want to, how we want to view it and how we say it. But when I look at, I guess, I think about all the other buildings we've approved, I guess, in this term, but also in many of the others. This is something I would probably expect from, dare I say, Canberra, right? Where all the buildings look exactly the same, the colouring and everything. But this is Melbourne. I was going through, somebody was sending me about, what happened to us, like, how did we lose, I remember these lamps that City of Melbourne have, where, it's architecturally beautiful. Even the door handles, where it's not just now silver, grey, it used to be hand wooden carving or, gem coloured. Where have all those inspirational gone? And this is something that, again, I can't, maybe if somebody, maybe I don't know anything about architecture, maybe I don't know anything about planning, maybe I don't know anything in when it is built and everything. People, will say, well, Phil, you are so wrong about it, people love it. I'm happy to eat my words back then, but I just can't, at this moment right now, I just can't see something that I'd be happy to support. Again, I understand the reasoning, and again, I go to the fact that the proponent's willing to do something on this site. It should be commended. We don't want to actually just leave it dilapidated. We've got enough of those in the city to clean up and everything. I do like the fact that we're opening up the retail. Will be people there going through it, but you are putting something there on the right, on the corner. And it's just not something that, again, I don't want to see something like that there. It's for someone who's lived in the city for that long, having to walk past it pretty much every single day, telling the tourists, telling the people that's next to it, and people getting off and say, this is the best we can do. Surely Melbourne can do better than that. And so I'm happy with the changes. I do love the fact that we will have a facade strategy coming back to us if it is. But I do say to the proponent, if anything does change, come back to us, please. Like, if I'm sure our team and also the councillors would be happy to work with you if there is any changes. We have worked with many other proponents who say, look, we say, hey, look, we've decided we want to take a different approach, and council has actually done a lot of that, and we actually said, hey, we love it, the fact that you want to do that. And so for us, I do hope that you come back. I do hope the minister will take considerable ease onto that, given that this is the gateway to Melbourne. And again, I want to thank our officers and all the people who's written to us about this, because again, this shows how much Melbourne love their spaces.
Thank you, Councillor Leilua. Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Yes, a question from Councillor Rouse.
Just a question perhaps to management or yourself, Deputy Lord Mayor. I may have misheard when you were speaking before, but I think you said words to the effect, noting, of course, that this motion is in line with the management recommendation that we do not support the proposal, and obviously 10.2 says if the planning minister is of the mind and does approve it against our wishes, then it sets out the considerations. I think you said the 60-metre number was based off the adjoining building, based off the visualisation that we saw earlier. I think the adjoining building was at that 46-metre height. Can I just clarify the point that was being made there, perhaps management or yourself?
This is dealing with Flinders Street and the adjacent building. My understanding is 60 metres approximately, but I'm just going to turn to Julian and Matt, who have...
The building to the immediate west is 47 metres, we believe, in height.
This is the Uni Lodge building?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So there is no building of 60 metres?
There are buildings within...
Along the Flinders Street?
The other side corner is above 60 metres.
And so that would be the building that Hassel referred to as being of a higher height?
Correct.
Along Flinders Street?
Yes.
Thank you. So that is very good pick up, Councillor Rouse. And if I might just even hold you there, Matt, before you make yourself comfortable again. We have been grateful for the input of management in respect of this alternate motion. And so when we come to 10.2.1 and speak to a maximum height of no greater than 60 metres, is the rationale for that it would be consistent with the maximum height we currently see in that block of Flinders Street between Swanston and Elizabeth?
It is to say that the site is capable of accommodating that to the rear of portion of the site. That's right.
Thank you. Did you have a further question, Councillor Rouse?
Perhaps just one more, and I do appreciate the amendments that are being put forward here. Just in relation to 10.22 and noting the conversation has centred largely around overshadowing to Feds Square and the differences between the 3 o'clock issue versus the 1 o'clock issue, that the shadow doesn't go away or switch off at 3 o'clock, and that should form part of our consideration given that we're being asked to ignore the 40 metre height limit. Am I correct in interpreting 10.2.2 as being no overshadowing to no additional overshadowing to Flinders Street Station Steps and no overshadowing to Feds Square within the hours of up to 3 o'clock, or within all daylight hours above where the existing approved design would have already impacted it?
Up to 3 p.m. in line with the DDO, that's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Ball.
So given the previous approved design already exceeded the 40 metre mandatory limit, should we not reduce this amended version, given the mistake highlighted by my colleague here, that 10.2.1 should be 46 metres?
Councillor Ball, if you would like to move an amendment to that effect, I'd be very open to it. I obviously cannot do that as the mover of the motion.
Quite. I will move that, and I think I have a seconder in Councillor Scott. Sorry, I'm not chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Ball. I'll ask you to speak to the amendment.
Can I ask a question first?
Yes, you can ask a question at any time, Councillor
Thank
Scott.
you. Back to Matt and Julian. Your response to the question about the height was it's capable at the rear. What does that actually mean?
Sorry for that delay, and through you, Deputy Lord Mayor. The way we'd put it is that the site does have some potential to accommodate additional height, but that would need to be subject to an updated urban context report, which was required as part of the original incorporated document, which allowed for the additional height at that time. So what we're saying is that there's further work that needs to be done, including detailed shadow drawings. And that 60 metre height is based on the advice that we've received from our urban design team to say that at the rear portion of the site, the site could accommodate that additional 10 to 15 metres above what's the approved height today, which is 46.
And that recommendation was based on a shadowing perspective, not necessarily the alignment of the building with other adjacent buildings. Is that correct?
Both massing and shadowing, that's correct.
So there is no adjacent buildings that are 60 metres other than the one on the corner of Elizabeth and Flinders. Is that correct?
That's correct, not immediately adjacent.
That's a fair distance, yeah.
Yes.
Lord Mayor, did you have a question?
So just to try and clarify at this point, because the Deputy Lord Mayor has put up this compromise, if you like, with the 60-metre height limit on towers 3 and 4. And so we're talking about the towers at the back of the site, and that takes into account overall massing, overshadowing, and also the reference to another building which is further down Flinders Street on the corner of Elizabeth Street. It's in the same. Well, no, I think that's the point that's subject of conjecture. I think it's on Flinders Street on the same block between Swanston and Elizabeth Street along the Flinders Street frontage. Is that the point of reference for the 60 metres?
That is, yes, but it's also based on the urban design work from our team to see what would be appropriate on that site within context of all the other buildings that protrude above 40 metres in that corridor.
Lord Mayor.
So my final question on this point is, so the Deputy Lord Mayor has prepared this alternative motion in consultation with our design team at the City of Melbourne, and I'm looking at you as well here, Evan, when I ask this question. Are you comfortable with the 60 metres that's included in the Deputy Lord Mayor's compromise recommendation in the context of this part of the city overshadowing and amassing on the site?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and through you, Deputy Lord Mayor as Chair. Further to Matt's comments, simply put, I'm confident that we can work with the applicant and the state on a maximum height threshold for the site of 60 metres and achieve an acceptable outcome, taking into account urban design, massing, the reference to the structure of the city block and the immediate surrounds. It is a compromised position. That's management's advice in response to the request for an alternate from the Deputy Lord Mayor on this item. It is open to the council to refer back to a lower height if the council wishes, but that's a considered position, as Matt said, that's come through our urban design team. But happy to take any further questions or clarifications to assist the decision making.
Thank you. If the Lord Mayor doesn't have another question, I might ask a question, Evan. So we currently have an approval for 46.6 metres, and we've heard from the applicant that will not be delivered, that the site will simply remain vacant, perhaps as late as 2031. So the applicant has proposed an alternative that the applicant says can be delivered. We have obviously received your advice and formed a view about whether that is compliant with the planning scheme, and in particular DDO2, and whether there should be an exceedance of the mandatory height limit, for example. If there is an amendment now that reduces the 60 metres to 46.2 metres, essentially consistent almost with the current approval, in your view, does that reduce the ability of the City of Melbourne to achieve some sort of compromise outcome if the Minister is otherwise already minded to grant the approval, if we are simply saying, really, we don't agree with any significant change to the current approval? Essentially what I'm suggesting is it reduces there being any strategic benefit in having the alternative motion, because in effect it is almost saying the City of Melbourne simply doesn't support the proposal.
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor. I think the alternate seeks to strike a pragmatic, balanced approach that takes into account what the applicant's trying to achieve, the acceptance of the state of the application, and the likelihood of council influencing a better outcome in this instance, taking a harder line response back to either the planning controls that exist, which have already been approved to be breached to a 46 metres, or back to a 46 metre approval, is probably less likely to influence the outcome. The premise of an amendment application here is that it's been accepted for progressing through an approval process, through a development facilitation program, and that means that there's probably a mind to approve something but above the existing 46 metre approved scheme from 2017.
Thank you. So just to play that back to you, if the Minister is minded to approve this, the City of Melbourne's ability to influence a better outcome would be reduced if we were essentially suggesting the height limit had to be very similar to the currently approved planning scheme amendment.
Correct, and it's important that 10.2.1, 2 and 3 are read cumulatively together. It's not just about the height, it's about the composition of the buildings and the design outcome as well. So in negotiating across those three factors, we believe that that is the case.
Thank you. I'm just going to see if councillors have other questions before I return to the mover of the amendment. Councillor Rouse.
Just a question in relation to the 46 metre figure. Out of all the possible heights the building could have been, why was that height the approved height for the current approved design?
Councillor Rouse, it's a difficult question to answer. I guess the 46 metre height is probably what was proposed at the time through the planning application. The decision maker being the minister and the council in considering the application must consider what's put before it against the planning rules of the day and determine whether or not it's an acceptable outcome in making a decision on the planning application. That's the advice I could give you.
Would the height of the neighbouring building also being 46 metres, the same elevation, in your opinion, formed part of the reasoning as to why the approval was given for 46 metres, i.e. 6 metres above the existing 40 metre limitation?
I would say that it's likely that the 46 metre reference of directly adjoining buildings would have been reasoning and justification for the urban design response from the applicant at the time, and probably been accepted justification as part of that decision at the time.
And so, noting that we're already 6 metres above the planning control, and I'm not a town planner, if we were to approve, or if the outcome was that there was a 60 metre high building or the 76.6 metre high building, given that we've seen other buildings in the surrounding vicinity be used as reasons for extending the height of future buildings, would it be reasonable to expect that this building would also be used as reason as to why future buildings would be designed and built above the 40 metre height limit?
There is always potential for these types of buildings or approvals to be referenced as precedent. However, I would point out to the council that this particular development has been and is accepted as being of state significance, given that it is part of the overstation development proposals that have been facilitated through that process. So that would be a uniqueness of this site in terms of it being a reference point, but there is a unique circumstance in how these sites are being considered for overstation development across the Metro Tunnel project.
Thank you. And one further question, given your input before in relation to the overshadowing specifically of Fed Square and noting the planning controls dictate specific times of day that shadowing must be considered, and you said words to the effect that given that we're being asked to go above the compulsory 40 metre height limit, which had impacts on the shadowing to Fed Square, can I ask your interpretation of 10.2.2, where it says no overshadowing to Federation Square? Is your interpretation that would be asking the state government to make sure there is no overshadowing of Fed Square or no overshadowing of Fed Square up until 3 p.m?
10.2.2 could be clearer. However, the inferred reference point would be the planning test of the day, which is between those hours that were outlined by the proponent and by Matt earlier, up to 3 p.m, as you referenced.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another question? All right. Over to you, Councillor Scott.
One final question, just so I'm clear on the possible amendment. You talked about being able to work with the applicant on a 60 metre sort of possibility. Are you suggesting in working with the applicant that you would work towards a setback of the buildings at the front of Flinders Street? So it might be 60 metres at the rear. I'm just trying, because you talked about at the rear, so that there was some levelling or adjacency to the building next door, which is around about 40 odd metres. So there would be not this sort of 15 metre huge height disparity between those two buildings. So it would be possibly set back and have the bulk of that 60 metres being toward the rear. Is that what you were sort of suggesting?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Scott. In essence, yes. Reiterating that council's not the decision maker here, the minister's the decision maker. If afforded the opportunity to work with the applicant and the minister before a decision's made, we'd be relying on urban design advice to inform our approach, which does seek for that 60 metres to be pushed towards the rear of the site to reduce some of those shadowing impacts and other elements to the street. Whether or not that would be the outcome achieved is ultimately the decision of the minister as to whether or not there's further conversation, negotiation to be had on this or not, but that would be management's approach.
Right, having, I think, now exhausted councillors' questions on the amendment, I'm going to return to the mover of the amendment to see if she would like to move the amendment in that form.
So, yes, I would appreciate advice from officers as to what the exact height of the adjacent building is, if you know it. If you happen to know it, 46, somewhere between 46 and 47 metres would be my amendment.
Confirming, Councillor Ball, that we're aware it is between 46 and 47 metres, and I'd advise 47 metres for the purpose of this.
I'm content with that. That would be my amendment. Thank you.
And I'm just going to confirm you still have a seconder. Councillor Scott, over to you, Councillor Dr. Ball, to move your amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and thank you to officers. I imagine this is quite a trying debate for any professional planners in the room and watching from home, given that none of us anymore are professional planners on this council, which is difficult for us too, of course. But from my understanding, we do have a quasi-judicial role in considering any planning application, and that is to endeavour to understand our own planning scheme and to apply it as best we can, given the application before us. And that it is not a question of whether we like this or not, but does it conform with the planning scheme, except when we are asked to make an exemption. And we have already made an exemption for this site, and I have no doubt if most Melburnians saw the before and after, if you like, images that were provided to us earlier, they would not support this overwhelming, overbearing envelope adjacent to Young and Jackson's on this, the most iconic landmark intersection of Melbourne. That is Melbourne's postcard premier image, location. And we have already made an exemption to the planning application for this site, which of course is a mandatory limit of 40 metres, which makes the centre of Melbourne what it is. It is characteristic of the Hoddle grid that we have these podium and tower structures. Applicants already have an exemption to that limit at 46 metres. And I would argue that this is no way to plan a city by incrementalism, especially at this most iconic site within the city. Making planning scheme amendment by planning scheme amendment, changes incrementally, exceptions, is not planning. So having already exceeded the mandatory podium limit, I would ask that that be inserted there and that this blue text addition is the advice we send to the Minister. This is the position of our officers, and I would like that to be reflected, not to suggest to the Minister in lights that here's another height that she could consider. Thank you to my seconder.
Over to you, Councillor Scott.
I'll just be very brief. I think we've asked a lot of questions, and I think through that questioning, I do want to place my confidence in our planning team to take the concerns of what's been raised here today on board. I think what we're trying to say is the Flinders Street frontage should ideally be in line with the building next door and not have a bulky sort of 14 metre height disparity. So I'm supporting this amendment on the basis of being sort of taking out insurance. But if it ends up being defeated, I do want to say I'm confident in Evan and the team to work towards trying to accommodate what was being discussed here.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I'm briefly going to speak against the amendment, and for this reason. 10.2 makes very clear what the City of Melbourne's position is. It starts with the line, Melbourne City Council does not support the proposed planning scheme amendment. What it then goes on to do is to ensure that if the minister is minded to support the proposal, that the City of Melbourne is able to influence a better outcome. And we have seen in the past that that is the case. We've most recently seen that in Docklands, where we took a very similar position. We said we did not support the proposal, but if the minister was minded to make a different decision, these were the considerations that she should have regard to, and that did lead to a better outcome in the case of that proposal. I am firmly of the view that the council should not be supporting this proposal, but I am also very practical about the fact the minister is imminently going to make a decision. And if this amendment passes, we are vacating our ability to have any influence over that decision, because we would essentially be saying the choices the minister has is to approve the proposal or to refuse it. And my understanding is that there is a significant risk it would be approved without any input from the City of Melbourne. This is our only opportunity to have a say in that outcome. Would any other councillors like to speak to the amendment? No, in that case I will put it to the vote. Could all those in favour please raise your hands? Councillor Rouse, Councillor Dr Ball and Councillor Scott. Could all those against please raise your hands? Councillor Lei-Lu, Councillor Campbell, Lord Mayor, Councillor Louis, Councillor Lei-Lu, Councillor Griffiths. That amendment has failed. In that case, we return to debating the substantive motion. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor. Look, can I begin in a similar place that everybody else has? This is Melbourne's most famous intersection with Flinders Street Station, St Paul's Cathedral, Federation Square and the Young Jackson Hotel. It's Australia's most iconic intersection, I would say. It's got a pub, a church, a station and a square. You don't get an Australian city coming together at an intersection as prominent as that in such an iconic way. It's not surprising. It's also a gateway location to the city as well, coming over Princess Bridge there, and it's been that gateway to our city for coming up 200 years. So it's not surprising that this application has been such an evocative one here in Melbourne. In many ways, that reflects the passion that people have for our city, their love for our city, and that is a great thing. For us as councillors, we see ourselves as custodians of the city, fostering and helping develop good built form, and also protecting special places, and also seeing our economy move forward to help us be a prosperous city as well. There has been some comments about the design of the building, so I too would like to weigh in on that front, and I pick up on Claire Gillies' point about design being a subjective thing. I can say in my time on council, and particularly in my previous role as the head of planning, I would have assessed over 1,000 planning applications, looked at a lot of buildings, and I do think that this design exhibits absolute design excellence. I think Hassel Architects are one of the best architecture firms in the country, and I think that the thought that has gone into the design of this building is excellent. The family of facades, the textured facade as well, the way that there's 4 buildings, not 3 in the previous design, I think is an improvement. I think the ground plane, as we saw in the presentation, is excellent as well. The challenge I have with the proposal before us is I just think it's too high. It's too big. The 40-metre height limit has stood as a regulation in the retail core of the city for about a century. And yes, there have been some exemptions to that over 100 years, but at 76.6 metres, that is a very, very big breach of the 40-metre height limit, and it's one that I just can't come at this particular location. I'll also say that there are 3 development applications before us, which we are hearing under the Victorian Government's Development Facilitation Program, the DFP program. And we are in the invidious position of having to assess these applications under an extremely truncated timeline. In fact, a ridiculously tight timeline. And I say that as a pro-development Lord Mayor, and we are a pro-development council, but the timelines that we are being given to assess these applications is ridiculous. And so questions about overshadowing, which would normally have the opportunity to be fully explored, have not been in this particular case. And so, again, as a custodian of the city, looking at something that is at 76.6 metres, where there is going to be significant new overshadowing of public space, precious public space in our city there, I just cannot support it. And so I turn to the proposal that's before us. It's been drafted by the Deputy Lord Mayor and Councillor Philip Leilou in conjunction with our design team and the planning team here at the city, and that looks like a reasonable proposal to me. I'd say it's at the absolute upper limit of my comfort zone, but it's something that I think is reasonable in all the circumstances. And so I do thank the Deputy Lord Mayor and the team for the work that has gone into that. And I do hope that we will see this project move forward in a modified form, that we see a quite sensible form that involves compromise on all sides in this motion that is before the councillor group presently.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Chair. I've been sitting here listening to all the arguments for more than an hour now. I do keep and have an open mind. I listen to all the arguments. Especially when Ingrid mentioned, the very last word you said was, time is tough and it is not easy. And we all know that. And I'm sure all my colleagues and all the officers we are, as the Lord Mayor said, we are a pro-business council, and in particular, I'm pro-development. As I said, I keep an open mind to the point that I even think about overshadowing. Is it something that is bad? So, because nobody mentioned about a pro overshadowing, so I went to AI and asked about it, and yes, surely we have majority of people don't like it, but we have, well, that's what it says, 30 to 40% actually don't mind, because nowadays we have higher density, we have development everywhere, and maybe you are, the applicant hasn't really thought about arguing this. Maybe this is not popular, and I'm not going to say that I'm going to go against everyone, the majority here, but I'm just thinking that maybe this is too advanced. You're thinking too advanced ahead. Maybe in 20, 30 years later, then this is not an issue. However, listening to all the arguments, I think it would be difficult. I found it very, very difficult to decide, but I feel that listening to the public or the submissions and the argument, I feel that I would support the motion put in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Leilou. Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Councillor Liu. Councillor Rouse.
Thank you very much. I think this is a really good example of the public getting involved, and certainly over my time of council, I think this is the most number of submissions we've had to a design like this, which is absolutely fantastic, that the public can have their say and should have their say on issues such as this, and noting the Lord Mayor's comments in terms of the time for people to understand the design, the impact of designs. It's really important to make sure we can get the best outcome for Melbourne. I think I have severe issues with the impact of the shadowing, as we've heard, over Fed Square. This is probably Melbourne's most important outdoor meeting place. And I think, as we've seen all through the World Cup, we've seen at all times of day, at all times of year, Fed Square continues to be the meeting place for Melbourne. And I think it would be remiss of us as a council to approve or endorse something that would severely and negatively impact the amenity of Fed Square. I note that we've spoken about perhaps the 60-metre height limit being a compromise, and I understand the Deputy Lord Mayor's strategic input into making sure perhaps if we don't get the outcome we want, that we can at least nudge that outcome a little bit better towards that as well. And in terms of whether we're here to understand a compromise, I think there's really only one thing that goes through my mind, and that is what is best for Melbourne. And we should be doubling down on that. And that is, of course, opposing the design put before us, i.e. supporting the amendment as it goes. So whilst I perhaps don't agree with the Deputy Lord Mayor, I do appreciate having her strategic input in that, including the options covered in 10.2. If we were to endorse the proposed amendment, I think reading the 60-odd submissions, I think there was one there to me that summed it up best. I think calling it an act of profound cultural vandalism to impact such a sacred site to Melbourne at something that is nearly double the existing height limit, I think is something that as a council we would regret going forward. That is clearly the meeting place for Melbourne, and doing something like this would irrevocably change that forever. So very happy to support the motion as it stands on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rouse. Would any other councillor like to speak to the motion? No, in that case, I will exercise my reply to say two things. First of all, can I thank all of the very many submitters who have made the time both in person and in written submissions, and of course the applicant for their input as well, and our officers. And can I just make it unambiguously clear for those following along at home that this motion makes very clear the City of Melbourne's position is not to support the proposed planning scheme amendment, but does allow us, in communicating that to the Minister, to advise that should she form a different view, this is the very, very bare minimum that she should have regard to. But in the first instance, and the position remains the case, that there is not support for the proposal as submitted. With those remarks, I now turn to put this motion to the vote. Could all those in favour please raise your hands? That has passed unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We now move to agenda item 6.2, TPM 2026-5, 53 to 65, Munster Terrace, North Melbourne. Would any councillor like a presentation?
Sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor. I'd like to declare a general conflict of interest owing to a social connection that owns property within the vicinity and may have their amenity impacted.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rouse. I'm just checking if the other councillor has a conflict or requesting presentation. No. In that case, I call on Conrad Brun from Contour. Thank you for your patience, Conrad, who has requested the opportunity to address the committee in relation to this matter. If you could make your way to the lectern, and I remind you to speak for no more than 3 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor and councillors. My name is Conrad Bruin. I'm an associate at Contour Consultants, and we represent the applicant Novus. I'd first like to thank the officers for their assistance and collaborative approach throughout the assessment process. As detailed in the officers' report, the proposal is for a multi-storey build-to-rent apartment building comprising 250 dwellings, which has been lodged with the Minister for Planning via the Development Facilitation Program. The development includes the delivery of affordable housing, and the building has been designed by renowned architect Rothy Lohmann who have partnered with Novus on most of their projects and done a fantastic job on this one. Novus is a national build-to-rent developer with a $2 billion pipeline of more than 2,000 dwellings and a proven track record of delivering projects. This includes 4 projects in Victoria, 3 of which are in the City of Melbourne. The application has been the subject of an extensive pre-application process involving both DTP and City of Melbourne officers dating back to 2024. That collaborative process has directly informed the proposal before you, and as noted in the officer's report, officers are supportive of the proposal subject to conditions. The development will act as a catalyst for the renewal of the Arden Precinct, taking advantage of its proximity to Arden Station and the central city. Put simply, this is a project that will put housing on the ground in the right place, in a highly accessible location, and exactly where the planning scheme directs that housing should go. We acknowledge that the proposal seeks a variation to the preferred floor area ratio and height controls. However, tall buildings are clearly contemplated within the precinct, and it is our submission that this site can comfortably accommodate the height and the scale proposed. To this end, we note that Council's own city design unit supports the scale of the proposal, and that independent advice from Rob Adams recognises this as one of the few sites capable of delivering significant uplift. The planning framework strongly favours increased housing in well-serviced locations. If those objectives are to be achieved, this site must be developed to its full potential. The only basis for holding it back would be a compelling reason not to, and we say there are none. In summary, this is a high-quality proposal that will deliver much-needed housing on a strategically located site and support the renewal of the Arden Precinct. We welcome the officer's recommendation to support the application. However, we acknowledge that the recommendation includes a condition requiring that 3 levels of apartments be deleted. We're advised that the reduction in height will make the project difficult to deliver, and accordingly, we request that the proposal be supported in its current form respectfully. I would again like to thank the committee and officers for their time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your very well-timed submission, Conrad. Could I perhaps kick off with some questions? So my first one is this. You've discussed the officer's recommendation in relation to the various conditions. You've spoken to the condition around height. Can I understand the applicant's position on the other conditions? So the changes to the affordable housing contribution, that there be a discount to market rent of at least 30% for a minimum period of 20 years. Is the applicant supportive of that condition?
We're not supportive of that condition either. We're of the opinion that we've met the 10% affordable housing requirement that is required for entry into the development facilitation program. In addition to the 10% affordable housing, there's a $500,000 one-off contribution as well. So in our view, we've gone over and above from an affordable housing perspective.
Okay. And so I understand you've met the 10% contribution, but the applicant also opposes the discount to market rent being increased to 30%.
Sorry, the officer recommended
the
that?
officer recommendation of the increase in the discount to make that the discount go up to 30%. There's opposition from the applicant to that condition.
Yeah, that's right. So the proposal is 8% to be provided at a minimum 25% discount to market rent.
Yes.
However, 2% will be rented to lower income households at a maximum of 30% of their household income. However, the period of time that the affordable housing will be delivered will be for 15 years, and that will result in a total affordable housing contribution totaling over $6 million. So the DFP only requires 3% of the development cost, which is about $3.5 million. So again, the total contribution in our view is going over and above.
Yes, so appreciating that there's no doubt that the affordable housing contribution exceeds that. This is an application that seeks a height of 90.7 metres, that is some 27 metres above the discretionary height limit. So is the applicant's position that the affordable housing outcome is the public benefit that justifies that exceeding of the discretionary height limit?
Yes, it is. The increase in height increases the number of dwellings, and that proportion of affordable housing will increase commensurately.
Okay. And what is the applicant's position on the increased dwelling diversity? That is, currently there's quite a bit of reliance on studio apartments. I think there's only 5 3-bedroom dwellings. Officers have recommended a condition that would essentially encourage a broader range of household types. Is the applicant minded to accept that, or is there also opposition to that?
There is also opposition to that condition, the reason being the research that was undertaken by the affordable housing consultant indicates that the diversity or housing typologies that make up the affordable housing offering are sort of targeted to the market for affordable housing.
And putting affordable housing to one side for the balance of the BTR, is there opposition to an increased diversity of dwellings?
Yes, I believe there is.
Okay. And then dealing with the private open space and storage provision in the dwellings and compliance with BAD. So there is a condition proposed by by officers that the applicant should resolve the outstanding matters regarding the provision of private open space and storage for all dwellings. Is the applicant opposed to that condition?
Yes, they are. The reasons we put forward in our planning submission were that there is exceptional communal open space and residential amenities on site which exceed the requirements of the planning scheme significantly.
Okay. Conrad, I'm going to ask you to stay there while I'm going to call on Matthew Metaxas for one moment, if I may. Matthew, you've now heard from the applicant about its position in relation to several of the conditions or outstanding matters that officers say should be resolved. Could I just get officers' advice on some of those matters? So maybe dealing with the last one first, the provision of private open space and storage to all dwellings, which the applicant opposes needing to resolve that. Could I understand officers' position on that?
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor. Council believes it's an appropriate outcome to achieve full compliance with BADS, so Better Apartment Design Standards, for all the buildings that include dwellings, whether they be built to sell or built to rent. And notwithstanding that, built to rent sites generally have greater amenity, but we still believe that it's appropriate that appropriate storage is provided for each dwelling.
Thank you. And then we've heard from the applicant, this proposal obviously exceeds the discretionary height limit in DDO 83, but a public benefit is provided by way of affordable housing. The officer's report speaks to the impact of those additional stories, including overshadowing on Arden's central neighbourhood open space. In officers' view, is the affordable housing contribution sufficient to justify that exceeding of the discretionary height limit? And what is the impact on overshadowing of that public space?
So the impact of shadowing to open space is approximately 40 square metres at 9 a.m. on September 22. With regard to the affordable housing being a commensurate uplift, we would say that the affordable housing provided enabled the applicant to go down the development facilitation pathway.
So accepting that the affordable housing enables qualification for DFP, in officers' view, is it sufficient public benefit to justify that uplift above the discretionary height limit?
Not as proposed, but as proposed by officers to include that condition relating to the 30% over 20 years.
Thank you. And then we've heard that the applicant, the opposition of the applicant to the increased dwelling diversity. Could we understand management's basis for the recommendation that there is a need for a variety, a broader range of household types?
Yes, so as I would have mentioned if I presented, it's one of the first Arden buildings within the Arden precinct. And the special use zone, Schedule 7, specifically requires consideration of whether the proposal delivers a diverse mix of dwellings. Therefore, we think if it's the first application off the rank, it should set the scene for appropriate dwelling diversity in the Arden precinct in line with the appropriate structure plans.
Thank you, Matthew. I'm sorry you didn't get the opportunity to do your
That's all
presentation,
right.
but thank you for giving us so much of the content in it through that questioning. We are very grateful for that input. Conrad, I didn't have further questions of you, but I'm just seeing if other councillors do. Nope. In that case, thank you very much for that submission.
Thank you.
I am now going to ask for a motion to be put up on the screen. If you could just scroll down, council business. Thank you. That is the motion that I would seek to move, and I'm looking for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Leilu. And I will now speak to this motion. The application before us, as you may have heard, is one of the first development proposals for the Arden precinct that is coming before this committee since the implementation of the Arden Structure Plan. So this is an incredibly significant planning decision for this council. Again, however, due to the fast track system, this will not be a decision which this council will have ultimate decision-making power over. Again, it will ultimately be a matter for the Planning Minister. The application relates to 53 to 65 Munster Terrace in North Melbourne. It has been referred to Council by the Minister for Planning under the Development Facilitation Program. That means the Minister is the ultimate decision maker. The proposal seeks approval for a 27-storey build-to-rent development within the Arden precinct. The proposal includes 250 dwellings, ground floor commercial and community space. As you've heard, the applicant is Novus, the consultants are Contour, and the architects are Roth Lohmann Architects. The estimated cost of the development is $110 million. The Arden Structure Plan anticipates significant residential growth in this location, a location that is just 100 metres from Arden Metro Station. Delivering 250 new homes is consistent with the strategic vision for this precinct. However, support for housing growth must be accompanied by high-quality built-form outcomes, genuine affordable housing, and strong amenity outcomes for future residents and the surrounding community. Officers have concluded that several important matters remain unresolved, and in my view, they should be addressed before any permit is issued. I want to deal with some of the most significant. Firstly, height and overshadowing. At 90.7 metres, this proposal is almost 27 metres above the discretionary height limit in DDO 83. While housing growth in Arden is supported, additional height must be accompanied by strong public benefits and an appropriate built-form outcome. A key concern is the impact that the additional height will have on future public open space. Now, the Arden Structure Plan deliberately protects sunlight access to future parks and open spaces because we know that these are the areas that will play a critical role in the livability of a growing and increasingly dense precinct. While the proposal complies with mandatory winter shadow controls, the additional height results in approximately 40 square metres of additional overshadowing to the future Arden Central neighbourhood open space at the September equinox. The issue isn't just about the amount of shadow created, it's about protecting the planning principles that underpin the Arden Structure Plan and avoiding incremental erosion of sunlight access to important public spaces. As this council is asked to consider the first proposal after the implementation of the plan, it would be a planning failure for us to ignore the structure plan. The impacts would be a long-term undermining of amenity in this new urban precinct. As Arden continues to grow, we know parks and open spaces will become increasingly important for recreation, for community connection, for amenity. It is essential we protect the public realm outcomes that have been so carefully planned over a decade of work to protect the amenity and livability for future residents. For that reason, management recommends reducing the building height by at least 3 storeys to remove the additional overshadowing to better align the proposal with the planning framework established for Arden, and I support that. Turning then to affordable housing. This proposal includes 10% affordable housing at a 25% discount to market rent for 15 years. And while it is true that contribution satisfies the threshold for getting into the Development Facilitation Program, it falls short of being an adequate response to the affordable housing challenges we are facing, particularly in the context of build-to-rent rents. Management recommends increasing the discount to at least 30% of market rent for 20 years. That is both reasonable and justified, given the scale of the development and the additional height sought. Turning then to housing diversity. The current proposal has an over-reliance on studio apartments. It is a shame Councillor Camillo is not here, but one of the criticisms of management is that there are only 5 3-bedroom dwellings proposed. In this new urban precinct, we want to see a mixture of housing types. Perhaps more concerningly, there is widespread non-compliance with BADs, particularly the lack of private open space and storage standards. Put simply, this development does not provide the diversity or amenity outcomes expected by the planning scheme. If left unresolved, those deficiencies would result in substandard living conditions for future tenants and undermine the objective of creating a genuinely livable neighbourhood in Arden. Finally, this is a well-located housing project that could make an incredibly valuable contribution to Arden's growth and future. However, growth in this precinct must be accompanied by quality outcomes, including genuine affordable housing, strong amenity and protection of key public spaces. If at the first hurdle in considering a proposal for Arden, we throw all that planning work out the window, we will be doing an incredible disservice to this precinct and all the future residents who come to live in it. For that reason, I support management's recommended changes that will deliver better housing outcomes, strengthen the affordable housing offer and protect the public realm. I commend this motion to my councillor colleagues and over to you, Councillor Leilu. Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? No, in that case, I will put it to the vote. Could all those in favour please raise your hands? That has passed unanimously. That takes us to agenda item 6.3. I'm just going to wait a moment for council business to let Councillor Rouse know that he can rejoin the meeting. Thank you, Council Business. That takes us to agenda item 6.3, Ministerial Planning Referral, ID 2025-4 and C492 Melbourne, 189-203 Arden Street, North Melbourne. I'm just checking if any councillors have a conflict. No. Yes, Councillor Rouse.
Whilst the previous conflict was out of an abundance of caution, this item, owing to the size and the overshadowing, I will have a general conflict of interest due to a social connection owning a property in the vicinity.
Thank you, Councillor Rouse. I'll just let Councillor Rouse have a moment to depart the meeting. Thank you. I am going to request a presentation on this item. So I call on Julian Edwards, the Director of Planning and Building, to make a brief presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and good evening, councillors. I'll try and be as quick as possible given the volume of content that you've gotten through tonight. This matter is another proposed site-specific planning scheme amendment, reference number C492, for the redevelopment of land at 189 to 203 Arden Street in North Melbourne. Next slide, please. So just a quick map of the site. So it is made up of 4 properties located on the corner of Arden and Lawrence Street, and it is directly opposite the North Melbourne Recreation Reserve. Next slide, please. So while the planning pathway proposed essentially turns off the planning scheme, it's still important to understand the controls and context which will continue to apply to adjoining and other sites within this area. So the site is located within the Arden Urban Renewal Precinct, and that was formulated through the Arden Structure Plan and implemented into the planning scheme through Amendment C407, which was in 2022. So more specifically, the site is located in Arden Central Innovation Sub-Precinct, which includes a variety of land use and built form guidelines, and we've just highlighted some on the slide there with those pink boxes. So key ones to call out: the built form requirements are discretionary in this area as opposed to mandatory that we heard earlier. So the discretionary height is 81 metres and there is a floor area ratio of 10:1 through the controls. There's also, if you can locate the site, a green strip, which is for some open space that runs along the eastern boundary of the site. Next slide, please. So these are just some renders of the proposal. The one on the left is as viewed from Arden Street. So I guess if you pictured yourself standing over in the North Melbourne Recreation Reserve, that's what you would be looking at. The image on the right is as viewed from Lawrence Street. So you can see in the sort of foreground there, the Arden Street, the Arden Station. And probably just the other important thing to note on this slide is that this process has been through or has been around for some time. And once this was lodged, officers did provide commentary to the state government as well as sought additional information. There was no response ever received from the state government, and all we have received is a indication that a decision is going to be made shortly. So we're proceeding to bring this forward tonight. Next slide, thank you. So just from an overview perspective, this is actually viewed from the rear or Barwise Street. So what we can see here is a development that includes 2 towers. There's a 44-storey or 162-metre high tower, which is to the east, and a 28-storey, 110-metre high tower to the west. So naturally, they are both exceeding the 81-metre discretionary height limit. Development has a gross floor area of close to 85,000 square metres and a floor area ratio of 15.5 to 1, which exceeds the 10 to 1 FAR. The East Tower contains 374 build-to-rent apartments, the West Tower 245 build-to-sell apartments. There is a total of 15% or 93 apartments that have been described as being provided as affordable housing, which, as we understand it, may be a cash contribution. However, no further details have been provided to enable a proper assessment of this aspect of the proposal. The other component of the proposal is at the ground and sub-ground levels, where there is 2,500 square metres of retail floor space proposed, which represents only about 3% of the overall gross floor area of the building. Next slide, thank you. And just similar to what we've heard a little bit about tonight as well, shadowing. So provision and protection of open space is another important aspect of the Arden controls and that framework. The image on the left here identifies the 2 main future parks being the Capital City Park, which is the one central, and the Neighbourhood Park, which is the one located towards the bottom of the screen. Now, they both have mandatory shadowing controls within the planning scheme at the moment. So the Capital City open space mandatory controls apply in September between 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. And the Neighbourhood Park mandatory controls apply between 11 and 2 p.m. In June. So slightly different requirements. The central images there show where that shadowing from the proposed development breaches those controls at 11 a.m. By 12, they're starting to move away. So the other point to note here is that while there may be some potential for the site to accommodate an elevated development above the 81 metre discretionary height, there unfortunately hasn't been that opportunity, as I noted earlier, to work through a number of these threshold issues with the applicant or with DTP, and that includes working through what types of shadowing could work for the proposal. And last slide, thank you, is just the Lawrence Street open space that I talked about earlier. So it isn't identified as open space within the Arden controls. What is proposed is open space that has car parks and retail built underneath it, as well as some structures and windscreens and the like within it. So from an open space network perspective, it's not something that would meet the requirements of unencumbered open space. It could form part of the broader open space network. So I'm going to finish there, and I'll just again highlight this planning pathway proposed means that the strategic planning undertaken at a precinct level does not need to be considered by the minister, and that was specifically set to protect these future parks, ensure an appropriate mix of land use and buildings in appropriate heights, and ensure provision of adequate affordable housing, and the provision of infrastructure to be delivered through contributions that have all been turned off through this proposed pathway. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian, for that excellent summary under very difficult circumstances. So can I thank you and your team for your work? Could I begin by asking one question? So as you've outlined, this proposal is a significant departure from some very recently adopted controls. There's essentially a doubling of the discretionary height, floor area ratio outcome of, I think it's 15.5 to 1 compared to the preferred outcome of 10 to 1, as well as exemptions from mandatory shadow controls, exemptions from public open space contributions, and exemptions from the Arden Development Contributions Plan. Can I deal with that last one first? If officers had to quantify the consequence of allowing an exemption from the Arden Development Contributions Plan, what would that figure be approximately today?
So if we use the current rate per dwelling as a simple calculation, so a detailed calculation is a little more complicated, but for the purposes of this, let's use a pretty simple calculation. The rate is around, I think it's 28,000 per dwelling. So times that by the number of dwellings, it's in the order of sort of $17 to $17.5 million.
So that is $17.5 million that will be lost in infrastructure contributions if the minister is to approve the proposal in this form. That is money that will not be going towards funding things like parks and public realm improvements.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to see if other councillors have questions of you. No, thank you very much for that presentation, Julian. I'm going to again ask for an alternative motion to be put up on the screen. Thank you. If I could just ask you to scroll down and keep scrolling. Thank you. That is the motion that I seek to move, and I'm looking for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Leilu. I will now speak to the motion. The application before us tonight seeks to facilitate a substantial redevelopment of 5,400 square metres at 183 to 203 Arden Street, North Melbourne, a site immediately adjacent to the Arden station. It seeks to do this through a site-specific planning, control and incorporated document. And it is worth saying at the outset that, in my view, seeking a site-specific planning control is simply inappropriate in circumstances in which over a decade of strategic planning work has just been completed for this precinct. This proposal, in essence, asks us to throw away all of that ratepayer and taxpayer-funded work and instead consider something that throws that rule book out the window. The applicant is Arden Village Group, the owners of Four Wheels Proprietary Limited and Ninth Proprietary Limited and 199 Arden Street Proprietary Limited, and NNC Theodosi Investments and the Theodosi Family Proprietary Limited. The architects are Cox Architecture. You've heard tonight from officers that very limited information has been provided to them despite requests to the state, and that limited information includes not having an estimate for the cost of the development. This proposal includes two towers of 44 and 28 stories, reaching 162 metres and 110 metres respectively, containing 619 dwellings, approximately 2,500 square metres of retail space, and around 1,600 square metres of what is said to be publicly accessible open space. It also proposes around 15% of dwellings be delivered as affordable housing, but as you've heard from officers tonight, there is some uncertainty about the exact form of this affordable housing contribution. Can I begin by saying that that is an incredibly unsatisfactory starting point for the City of Melbourne to find itself in, to be told that the Minister is imminently about to make a significant planning decision in a new urban precinct that doesn't comply with a decade of strategic planning work, and not even to be provided with information that is requested to allow the City of Melbourne to inform its decision-making. I strongly support housing delivery in Arden, but I cannot support this proposal in its current form. The key issue is not simply height, but that is a significant issue. The key issue is this proposal seeks to override the planning framework that has only recently been established for Arden, and in many ways is simply inconsistent with it. That is a decade of work by both the state government and the council, that significant public resources were invested into to create a clear vision for Arden as a livable, sustainable, employment-focused urban precinct. To see that framework set aside so early in the life of the precinct raises a fundamental question. If site-specific planning amendments can simply override this sort of strategic planning work, why did the state and the council spend a decade on it? Why did we throw a decade of ratepayer resources into it if it can be struck out at the will of one developer? This proposal is a substantial departure from those so recently adopted controls. In particular, it seeks a height of 162 metres, a doubling of the preferred height of 81 metres. A floor area ratio of 15:1 when the preferred outcome is 10:1. It seeks exemptions from mandatory shadow controls, exemptions from public open space contributions, and exemptions from the Arden Development Contributions Plan. And you've just heard from officers that that would come at a cost of some $17 million that should have been spent on infrastructure, public realm, amenity improvements in the area. Officers' view is that there is an insufficient strategic justification for these departures, and the public benefits offered do not justify the scale of exemptions sought. And I agree with that view. The affordable housing outcome is welcome, but there is insufficient information to demonstrate that it is a sufficient public benefit, commensurate with the concessions requested by the developer. It is even unclear how this development meets the threshold for state significance. The site is located in the Arden Central Innovation Precinct, which is intended to support significant employment growth and play a key role in delivering Arden's long-term jobs target, yet the proposal is overwhelmingly residential. It doesn't support the employment objectives of the precinct. Officers have also raised concerns about overshadowing of future parks and open spaces. Those spaces have been carefully planned and protected through mandatory sunlight access controls because we know they are critical to the livability of the precinct. The proposal's treatment of development contributions is perhaps the most concerning aspect for this council. It seeks an exemption from the Arden Development Contribution Plan despite seeking to build 619 new dwellings. Those dwellings, those households, will put a significant increase in demand on infrastructure. Council officers estimate some $17 million being lost in infrastructure contributions that otherwise would help fund the parks, the streets, the public realm improvements, the community infrastructure to support the growth of Arden. That is money we will now not see if this proposal is approved by the Minister. We know that these buildings will be here for generations. This is a precinct at the start of its life cycle, and so it is incredibly important that any departures from the agreed framework have a compelling justification. That simply is not the case in respect of this proposal. To approve it would undermine confidence in the planning system and undermine the long-term livability and amenity of the Arden precinct. However, acknowledging that the Minister's decision, we understand, is imminent, this motion seeks to do two things. First of all, to convey to the Minister that the Melbourne City Council does not support the proposed planning scheme amendment, but if the Minister is minded to approve it, we ask that she have regard to the matters set out in the incorporated document that is attachment 3 and the recommended changes that comprise management's report, but also that she include further conditions. Firstly, that without the prior written consent of the responsible authority, Cox Architecture must be retained to complete and provide architectural oversight during the construction of the detailed design as shown in the endorsed plans and endorsed facade strategy to the satisfaction of the responsible authority. This is incredibly important because a development of this significance and scale must be one that exhibits design excellence. Secondly, that the proposed height be reduced in height and scale to address the recommendations of the Office of the Victorian Government. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, the consideration be given to the impact on the delivery of critical public infrastructure in the precinct if the Minister approves the planning scheme amendment in this current form, which would seek to avoid payment of approximately $17.5 million of development contributions. In our view, the Minister simply should not make such a decision in the absence of finding an alternative way to fund that infrastructure or compelling the applicant to do so. Over to you, Councillor Leilu. Would any other councillors like to speak to the motion? Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Deputy Lord Mayor, for that very comprehensive assessment of this application, and again to the hard work from Matt, Julian and the whole team around this application in very challenging circumstances. It has to be said. And again, I make the point. This is the third development application we have considered this evening under the Victorian Government's newish development facilitation program process. And each of those three projects had very significant issues about them. Significant issues which need to be subject to a proper planning process so that we can work through those issues and get a good outcome for the community. With this particular application on Arden Street, we've got a project which is before us, which is more than double the height controls, more than 50% more in terms of floor area ratio density, seeks an exemption to overshadowing controls, seeks an exemption to developer contributions, $17 million, which will help fund that important local infrastructure and amenity, which is so prized. It's as if they're having a lend of us. Like, it is just so over the odds, so beyond anything that we've ever seen here at Town Hall. We spent 10 years working with the Victorian Government on these rules, these controls that apply in this area. Now it seems that they no longer apply. Melbourne is world famous for its livability, and the built environment, the buildings that we live and work and spend our lives in, are a hugely important part of that livability. And Melbourne has attained that coveted livability status because we are a well-planned city. We build buildings which serve our community well, that interface with the streets and local communities well. Now it seems we are throwing out the rule book. So I do hope that the Planning Minister and the Victorian Government heed this recommendation that we are about to vote on this evening and come to a sensible position on this particular development application. Yes, we want to see projects going here on in the City of Melbourne. We are, after all, a pro-development council and we support development, but we don't want to throw out the rule book. Those rules have been developed for very good reason, and so I do think that what is in this motion that's now before us is sensible, and I do hope that the Victorian Government comes to its senses in making the final decision on this particular proposal. Back to you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Would any other councillor like to speak to this motion? No? In that case, I will put it to the vote. Could all those in favour please raise your hands? That has passed unanimously. Thank you, councillors. If I could ask for Councillor Rouse to return. And with that, I will also ask the Lord Mayor to resume the role of chair.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. We move on to agenda item 6.5, Urban Forest Precinct Plan Renewal Program. Final Kensington, Docklands, North and West Melbourne plans. And do any councillors have a conflict on this one? No, we all love trees. Would councillors like a presentation on this agenda item? I don't believe so. So I will now call on, I believe Jamal Hakim requested the opportunity to go first from Community 3008. I am so hoping that Jamal is with us online, and let's hope we'll see him on the screen shortly. There he is, Jamal. Former Councillor Hakim, we can see you on the screen here at Town Hall. Over to you for your submission.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am still here and listening to the riveting conversation today. I'm just want to talk to you a little bit about Community 3008 submission to this and highlight 3 items. So Docklands specific canopy target. Docklands should have its own place-based canopy target from that we'd like to discuss with you, not just a general citywide ambition, and that's because we have a very low canopy cover base in Docklands, and that's really critical for us to understand year by year how we can achieve the outcomes in the future. We also want to highlight the importance of a clear soil volume standard. Every new street tree in Docklands should be supported by some really clear minimum soil volume requirements or below ground design standards. Without this, planting more trees may not lead to meaningful canopy. And we know that there are challenges in planting in certain areas in Docklands as well. So considering other cover is really important, and my categories. We do also request a mature canopy outcome map to be considered to show what's expected in Docklands with the canopy cover in the future, because not only where trees will be planted is important, but what that coverage will look like in 5, 10, 20, and 30 years. And really, this is because Docklands is one of those low canopy and a very heat-exposed precinct in the city. It's one of the highest. So it deserves more than just a planting schedule. We want to see a clear place-based canopy target, proper soil standards, and a future canopy outcome that the community can measure over time. We're very excited about this. I just want to say as well, I guess it's great to see the work that's done in this plan. We just want to see a little bit more on how the impact on Docklands can be driven and facilitated. So we've put some changes we're proposing to the motion in our submission. And I know that we'll hear from Megan in a moment as well, who's going to talk about the understory and waterways as well, as part of our submission.
Thank you for that submission, Jamal. I might now throw to the person at the City of Melbourne who has the best job, David Callow, our Director of Parks and City Greening. Could you just respond, if you can, to the points that were raised here by Jamal, particularly about the tree plantings in Docklands?
Great. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and through you as Chair. And Jamal, thank you for your submission and for the enthusiasm from the Community 3008 group for the Docklands Precinct Plan. In terms of the things you've just raised now, so we have an objective of 40% tree canopy cover, as I'm sure you're aware, across the city by 2040. What's not apparent in the Docklands Precinct Plan is information that we'd love to be able to share more clearly and more fully with the community in the future is we're seeing canopy cover increase in Docklands almost exponentially year in, year out. So in the report, we list canopy cover in Docklands at 8.2% from 2022. Last December, we measured canopy cover across the city, including Docklands, and Docklands had increased to 15%, so nearly double over 4 years. And that had increased to 2022 over about a 20-year period from about 2%. So we're seeing this exponential increase over time. The objective is still 40% by 2040. We're optimistic about meeting that target. But we do recognise through the submission that there is an opportunity really for us to share that information with community, particularly around changes in canopy cover that we're seeing in individual precincts. I'd also add that Docklands has a very young urban forest. So in the precinct plan, in some of the maps, you'll note that there are very few streets that are even above 30% tree canopy cover. We know we have very young trees within Docklands, and we expect to see that canopy cover continue to increase significantly over time. In terms of soil volume, irrigation, below ground design standards that were raised in the submission, and you also mentioned just now. So the City of Melbourne Design and Construction Standards is our peak document for the work we do for new trees, particularly in streets. That's the source of truth that we provide to developers when they're doing third-party works for the City of Melbourne, but also our own teams use the design and construction standards as the minimum requirements, particularly for soil volumes. And in many cases, we're able to exceed the soil volume calculations and requirements within the design and construction standards. And then just the third point I wanted to cover off where you raised the request for a mature outcome canopy map within the precinct plans. We haven't done that within the precinct plans, and that's essentially because 40% is our objective for all streets. So we could create a map that showed 40% across all streets, but that might not be as meaningful as the maps in the document, which currently show where the planting will be focused over coming years. And I think that's an illustration that we could consider, but I don't think that would actually add much to the document in terms of the community understanding where the work will be happening over coming years, when our objective is to achieve that 40% or greater outcome within every street within Docklands. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you for that, David. All right, we will now move
Lord
to
Mayor.
our...
Lord Mayor.
Oh,
Can
Councillor
I
Ball.
ask questions of David?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, it's a 40% target by 2040 for the entire municipality. But I was going to ask you to clarify, because I think I know the answer, but to be clear, especially for our submitters from Docklands, that 40% target is for every suburb. And you actually just said it's for every street. Is that correct?
That is correct. So our objective, thank you, Councillor Dr. Ball, and through you, Chair. Our objective, our baseline is 40% for every street, 40% for each precinct, and 40% for the municipality. Some streets we will exceed that, some streets will be limited, but that's our objective.
So, and the overall limit is 40% on public land, including parks.
Yep.
But if you are aiming per street, then a nearby park is not taken into account to reduce the canopy target in nearby streets. It doesn't matter whether you live near a park. Your street should expect 40% canopy cover in the next 15, 14 years.
So the 40% canopy cover target is based on the academic work. So it says if you want to have a tangible cooling benefit, you need 40% tree canopy cover within the streets. Now, it'll vary on the type of trees, it'll vary on the arrangement of the trees within the street, it'll vary on its proximity to open space. But the general benchmark is to say 40% is what you want to achieve. If you can get more than 40%, even better.
Fantastic. So to my original intended question, the target is 40% for Docklands, despite
Yes.
starting from a lower base than some other suburbs?
It is, but it's catching up really fast. In the precinct plan, you'll see there's a chart. I won't look it up right now, but there's a chart that shows all the precincts, and Docklands is the only precinct that showed sustained growth over that 20-year period where we've been measuring tree canopy cover, and we expect that to continue to accelerate in coming years.
And even if you, as you've said, that Docklands has average much younger trees than more established neighbourhoods, you nonetheless expect us to reach that target of canopy for Docklands by 2040.
That is our objective, and that's what we're working towards in terms of our planting program. The precinct plans, they look at it. There's a whole bunch of data and modelling that sits behind what streets are prioritised and when. And one of those parameters that we feed into those models is where there's low levels of canopy cover at the moment, and so those streets are prioritised first. And so there is more work in some precincts than other precincts as well. So because we're seeking to equal up across the municipality.
Thank you. I hope that will reassure our submitters from Docklands. Thank you very much, David. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Some excellent questions and some good answers. All right, let's move to Megan Healy, also from Community 3008, who requested the opportunity to address the committee. I believe Megan is joining us on Zoom as well. And there you are. Welcome to Town Hall virtually, Megan. And I think you are on mute.
Hello.
We can hear you loud and clear, Megan.
Great. Good evening, Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor and councillors. On behalf of Docklands Community 3008, we thank you very much for the opportunity to address council this evening. Following on from our President, Jamal Hakim, who addressed canopy cover in Docklands, I would like to add that forests do not only consist of trees. Understory is a critical part of creating a healthy urban forest ecosystem. During the City of Melbourne's previous consultation, 100% of the Docklands community agreed that more understory is required. Meaningful understory, not just planter boxes, but thoughtful, large-scale plantings. The addition of understory, consisting of Indigenous plants, shrubs, grasses and wildflowers, will provide biodiversity required for a thriving habitat for hundreds of species of wildlife and critical pollinators. This can be achieved by adding Indigenous plants around the base of tree plantings and by adding native gardens throughout our existing parks and public spaces. We request the Urban Forest Renewal Plan include the addition of understory planting to create complete urban forest ecosystems and the potential to join dozens of neighbouring suburbs in the Melbourne Pollinator Corridor. The map provided by Council documents several streets in Docklands as being important for bird habitat. In addition, highlight Docklands as a prime location for biodiversity corridors due to its proximity to waterways. During previous consultations, the Docklands community also highlighted they want more floating wetlands and more access to waterways, including the Yarra River and Moonee Ponds Creek, and to see more riparian vegetation in these areas. The Docklands section of the 25-kilometre long Moonee Ponds Creek Trail runs along the entire western side of Docklands, from Footscray Road to the Yarra River opening at Ron Barassi Senior Park. The trail provides a prime opportunity to provide the rapidly growing population of Docklands with access to what could become a premium green space, suitable for walking, biking, bird watching and connecting to nature. It is highly documented that being in nature is significant to our health and well-being. It lowers stress, boosts focus, creates connection to caring for country, allows family to teach children about the importance of nature in the city, and creates a sense of pride of place. We request the Urban Forest Renewal Plan also includes plans for restoring and rejuvenating this critical corridor of green space, as has been undertaken by neighbouring councils. We also seek a response regarding floating wetlands project and the potential of installing more wetlands throughout the Yarra River. And finally, I'd just like to highlight the incongruity between significant public investment in greening programs and the continued loss of trees and vegetation on private land. Whilst the city is actively funding and promoting the greening of the city, there are currently no regulations in place for private landholders to seek approval for the removal of vegetation and trees, including mature trees. We believe this situation needs to be addressed if we are to achieve the city's target of 40% tree cover by 2040. Our full submission addresses the changes required to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megan. Some excellent points there made, which I know resonate particularly strongly with councillors, particularly regarding Moonee Ponds Creek and greening along our waterways. All right, I will now request that a motion be put up on the screen and I call on a councillor to move that motion. Councillor David Griffiths, thank you very much. Looking for a second. Councillor Olivia Ball. Back to you, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will channel some of that energy and enthusiasm that we've just heard from the Docklands community in their submissions tonight, because I think it really does exemplify just how people in the City of Melbourne feel about the urban forest precinct plans, suburb by suburb, neighbourhood by neighbourhood, and it's fantastic that people have hung on for 4 hours to talk about those spaces and places and trees that are so special to them. So a big thank you to Megan, and wonderful to have former Councillor Hakim back with us tonight for those presentations. Speaking obviously about the Docklands element of things, but noting as well that the matter before us in this particular item also covers off Kensington and also covers off North and West Melbourne. So in thanking Megan and Jamal for their submissions tonight, I also really want to thank all of the members of the communities that are bound up in the documents in this item, who over a long period of time now have been part of the consultations that have led to the documents that we're considering. And I know many councillors, Lord Mayor, yourself, I think Councillor Dr Ball and others were part of these consultations that took place. And when, as I've said on other occasions, when we're considering these documents, when you're out there in the halls and out with the community, hearing from them, hearing, as we did in Kensington, from 3 generations of the same family about the trees and the places that were important to them, it's just so obvious how important this program is to people and how much real effect it can have. And I'm really hoping that people take the time to look at these documents. They're beautifully presented documents aside from anything else. They're designed to be engaging from the community. And of course, they set out the roadmaps that we'll be able to follow as we go along over the next 10 years of plantings. And it's fantastic to see when those plantings actually take place the way they are guided by the documents. I was recently up in Faraday Street in Carlton, planting, with the help of the team who, let's be honest, did the digging of the holes, planting the 3,000th tree for the year just gone, which is, of course, the goal that we set ourselves in these documents. And it's pertinent to some of the points that were being raised in the submissions we've just heard, because in Faraday Street what was happening was replacement of trees that had been planted previously, and recognising that, first of all, we needed a better choice of species, but also trees that were able to deal with the conditions that they would be facing in that kind of space. So those trees planted in accordance with what has come out of urban forest precinct plans, using all of the expertise that, as we've just heard from David Kello, we have in this organisation. It's wonderful to see these documents coming together. I'd also pick up on some of the points that were being raised there by Megan about particularly some of those riparian areas, those areas where the community is asking for more interaction with the waterways. We've heard very clearly through the budget process and annual plan that we've just finished off on the desire of the Docklands community to have more open space and to have more of a dialogue about what those open spaces can be. And indeed, we had some amendments to the budget and annual plan that recognise that. So I thank both the community for raising those, but also fellow councillors for making sure that that's been recognised in those documents, and really enthusiastically look forward to working with all the communities, Kensington, Docklands, North and West Melbourne, that are being considered in these documents as we see more beautiful trees get planted.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Olivia Ball.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and Councillor Griffiths. I did see the 3,000th tree planted. Congratulations, and only in June, if I'm not mistaken. Does that mean we're not planting any more this year? Because I know there's a season for planting. There's a time. This financial year. I see. We've planted okay, of course, in financial years. And that is a net gain or commitment to 2,000 trees new trees in this municipality every year, as some will always need to be removed if they are struggling or senescing. It's a word I've learnt since being on council, as is riparian and soffit. I'm still not sure what that is. And but the best metric we know from our experts is canopy. And we've already discussed canopy a good deal tonight. That is a best practice goal to reach some very critical ambitions and needs of this municipality to keep us all safe and in good health, which is 40% by 2040, just around the corner really in tree terms. And critically, with 90% of those trees in good health. That is our target in a changing climate, not a bad ambition, not a small ambition from our officers. I really want to thank them for their expertise and hard work, and for everybody who's made a contribution to these plans, because our other aims for 2040 is not just canopy increase, but to improve soil moisture, improve biodiversity, understory, as Megan called for, and the overall ambition of reducing urban heat, especially in baking places like Docklands, and to increase the diversity of the species and increase their chances of surviving and adapting to a changing climate. And we aim to ensure we consult effectively and comprehensively with the community. So again, thank you to everyone who's contributed. I hope they've enjoyed and found rewarding their involvement in this process. It's great to have a final urban forest plan for Kensington, Docklands North and West Melbourne. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Are there any other councillors who would like to speak on this item? I will very quickly just say that isn't it great that we are such a bunch of tree huggers here at the City of Melbourne? We are truly very proud of our urban forest, and rightly so. We have one of the best urban forests of any major city in the world, and we regularly have delegations from around the world come to visit us and see how we do it. And it's not just hard work, it's extraordinary scientific knowledge, arbory skills, and a real commitment from the team here at the City of Melbourne. So David, well done to you and the entire team. David Griffiths, well done to you. You have really taken to the portfolio and the tree planting with a gusto, it's fair to say. And I know there was no one happier than you when that 3,000th tree went in recently. I will just finish by saying that this plan is backed up by real investment. So, we will invest close to $3 million delivering on these three plans here, and that is an investment in a cooler, greener and more livable Melbourne. This is, I think, some of the best work we do here at the City. So, on that note, if there's no one else who wishes to speak on the item, let's put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We are tree huggers indeed. I'm declaring that carried unanimously. All right, we move on to the next agenda item, and it's more trees. Agenda item 6.6, Urban Forest Precinct Plan Renewal Program, draft South Bank, Parkville and Fisherman's Bend plans. And I believe Chris Thrum requested the opportunity to address us on this item. And so we wait as Chris makes his way to the lectern to address us on this important item. Looking forward to hearing Chris's insights on tree planting in South Bank, Parkville and Fisherman's Bend.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, councillors, management, viewers. We're looking at the Urban Forest Precinct Plan Renewal Program draft in regards to Parkville, Fisherman's Bend, et al. Start off with saying we're on Wurundjeri country. Respect to the elders past and present. Melbourne Town Hall sits on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri Wurrung people. Lord Mayor mentioned scientific knowledge of trees. We've got champion of silviculture in Parks and Gardens in David Keller with us. He's very knowledgeable about so many things in regards to parks and gardens. But in regards to scientific knowledge, I think we've got to thank Ferdinand Mueller, the first state government botanist that was here when Governor Latrobe appointed him as a state government botanist. He was the first director of the Royal Botanic Gardens as well. And he set the benchmark for scientific knowledge in Melbourne. And he planted so many trees all around Melbourne. And he really instilled in Melburnians a true passion for trees and gardens. The reason that Melbourne is the garden city is because of Ferdinand Mueller. The reason that our licence plates back in the 80s when we were kids had the Garden State written on it is because of Ferdinand Mueller. I've got to thank Freya Thomas, David Callow and Evan Council. Tremendous work. I support the recommendations from the management. And it's important to improve the canopy cover of Fisherman's Bend. I want to focus on Fisherman's Bend. I think there's a lot of upside to Fisherman's Bend. I think when, and I do mean when, Metro 2 is green-lighted, you're going to see a lot of tremendous things happening in Fisherman's Bend, including the University of Melbourne sort of engineering precincts that will be built as well. In regards to maps, you're looking at, say, map 3 on page 83 of 92. You can see that there's a whole lot of work ahead for the team. There's a lot of gaps in the street segments as well. So to conclude, I really do thank David Callow and his team. We have one of the best parks and gardens teams on planet Earth. We do have one of the most livable cities in the world, and we have a lot to be thankful for. And I look forward to the community's feedback on this draft report.
Thank you very much for that, Chris Thrum, and thank you for your attention to detail. I know we're all quickly scrolling through our papers to have another look at page 92 in that diagram.
93, 92.
Apologies. Thank you for that, Chris. All right. There are no further submitters, so we will request that a motion drafted by management be put on the screen. Do we have a mover for that? Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Ball. Back to you, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and obviously a pleasure, just like it was with the last motion, to be moving this item tonight and thanking Chris for his contribution. Great always to have a contribution from you, Chris, and noting as well that there were written correspondence from Max Mitzi and Tony Penner of the South Bank Residents Association. So thank you, Tony, and to the Residents Association down there for engaging in this part of the process. Again, I went along to a couple of the consultations here, both the South Bank and Parkville ones, and whether it was by design or by luck, I think it's really interesting that we both have Parkville and Fisherman's Bend being considered at the same time, sort of at the two opposite ends of where we're at with our tree plantings as a city, the development of spaces in the city. Parkville, not just with Royal Park, but with so many established boulevards and important historical European tree plantings, and Fisherman's Bend, which is right at the other end of the process as we see that area being planned out, as Chris made reference to. Again, enormous amounts of work. Chris mentioned some of the officers who've brought this together, and I'd also like to thank not just the people who've come along to those consultations that have taken place already, but to all of the officers, the ones who give up their time on weekends to come and have those consultations with the public, the people who have done the work to bring these documents together, make sure that they're so readable and so clear in how they discuss the community's ambitions for trees and the urban forest in their areas, and for all of the work that's going to be done in the consultation going forward. So a thank you for everything that's happened so far, and a thank you to officers for the work that will be undertaken as a result of this motion, if it's successful, which I hope it will be.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Over to you, Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Only to highlight the difference between this and the previous motion. Not only is it different suburbs, of course, but that this is a draft stage of urban forest planning for these suburbs. So that's to alert everyone, including our submitters. We appreciate it tonight. I hope, and many, many more people in Southbank, Parkville, and perhaps some people in Fisherman's Bend to take advantage of this opportunity. There'll be a 6-week engagement from the middle of this month onwards. And then that input will be incorporated into creating a new version, which will come back to us for consideration in the new year. So thank you again to our officers, and I hope the community takes this opportunity to engage with the trees in their neighbourhood.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ball. Any other councillors wish to speak to this item? In that case, I will put the matter to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. I declare that carried unanimously. All right, that concludes our items of business, and we now move on to general business, of which there is none. Urgent business, I don't believe there is any. That brings us to agenda item 9, public questions. And I do believe that Gautam Gupta is still with us. I desperately hope that he is. Hero of Docklands, that he is as well. Are you with us? No, please be there. There he is. Gautam, good to see you. Thank you so much for waiting on. This has been a very long meeting indeed. Over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, and we can see you on the big screen here at Town Hall.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor and the councillors. As you know that nobody has campaigned for Little India longer than the community that I represent. We wanted to succeed. That's why I joined you today, but quite worried. The consultation that we were part of was flawed. We have never seen the review of the consultation. We have never been told who was consulted, why they were chosen. We were promised about $10 million. The budget delivers 1.2, and nobody has explained how that number was reached. We met council officers and obviously Lord Mayor's office many times in good faith, but we walked out of every meeting more confused than we walked in. Is this how the precinct is going to proceed? Top down with minimal or no information. So the community is left with really 2 choices: support this project in the dark or oppose the project in the dark. And in the dark is where bitterness grows. On item 6.4 tonight and all the other planning matters, the council stands up for things like Macaulay Crossing so passionately and so rightly. A top-down secretive approach is not good at any level of government. So let us show the state government and everyone else what transparency and genuine community consultation looks like. And we can do that right here with Little India. This precinct must not be delivered in name only. And it should not be there to serve anyone's politics. It must unite the community and prove the council can deliver, unlike what we did in ATET. So my question is this: councillors, will you lead and stand with the community by pausing before any further decision, publishing everything, and consulting the community properly? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that submission. Councillor Philip Leilou, did you want to lead us off on this, and also interested to hear from management given the nature of the question, but over to you first, Councillor Leilou.
Sure. So just reading, I guess, the question, and thank you for staying all the way to the end. That is commitment, and I always have time for someone who's able to actually do all of that. And just for your reference, me and Councillor Carmelo went down to the district to have a look at the particular sites and everything, I think a couple of weeks ago. But I do note that we are currently conducting feasibility analysis for the establishment of Little India Precinct in Docklands. And following this preliminary work, the community consultation will be conducted with the diaspora community and the Docklands resident and business community to embed community needs and aspirations into emerging precinct concepts. And it's not just yourself. I know there are many other leaders of the Indian community, diaspora, who's also reached out to me, who I've also passed on, I guess, their information or details, who want to succeed. And I think it's great to see the Indian community come together to do this. I do note the Indian Prime Minister's landing in tomorrow. I don't know, is it tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow night. It's not tonight. No, tomorrow night. Which I think it's sold out. If you know anyone who can make a shout out case to him to go visit Docklands, and he's down at marvelous stadiums. That would be appreciated. But I think it just shows we are committed. I'm sorry to hear. I guess you feel sometimes confused. Don't worry. I sometimes walk out of here more confused as well than I'm supposed to be. So what I do say is have faith. If you believe in it, not everything. Rome wasn't built in a day. This is something that it's not going to be built in one day. So I do hope you'll have into it. Sarah, did you wanted to say something in regards to comments?
Thanks, Councillor Leilu. Through you, Lord Mayor. Gautam, sorry, you can't see management over to the side, so I'm just a voice coming in on the side. But thank you for your feedback. And I echo Councillor Leilu's comments that without question, consultation is really only just beginning. And so the next phase is about sitting down with members right across the Indian diaspora community, but also Docklands residents, Docklands businesses, to understand how we shape this concept moving forward together. And in terms of the budget side of things that you asked, that's really a year one allocation in terms of what's affordable in this early phase. We need to work through this consultation together and really scope up what the concepts are together, and then that will enable us to engage with council about subsequent years from there. So I would welcome meeting with you directly with the team and really shaping the consultation that's coming ahead together. So really welcome your input in the phase ahead. But please rest assured coming away from tonight that in no way has that consultation finished. Really just the early feasibility was to make sure that there was comfort to recommend to council that they start to budget within the annual budget for this important project, and we move forward together with the community from here.
All right, thank you for that, Sarah, and thank you, Councillor Leilu. I might just quickly add that one of the reasons why the City of Melbourne chose Docklands for Little India, Gautam, is because of Indian communities like you in Docklands. So I'm very pleased to hear Sarah Kwan's offer to meet with you directly, and I'm sure Councillor Phil Leilu, if he hasn't already met with you, would be pleased to as well. So we really want to have you involved in this process, and very pleased to hear the assurances this evening that those meetings will occur, and we can all hopefully walk forward together to make this the success that we know and want it to be. All right. Thank you very much, Gautam. Thanks for all our participants this evening, questioners and so forth. Are there any other questions from members of the public? No. In that case, we'll move to agenda item 10, closure of the open meeting. And I wish to thank members of the public for their interest in attendance and declare this meeting closed at 9:41 p.m. Thank you, one and all.